Please note that this content is for educational purposes and for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. More details available in the description box.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we're going to start deep diving a very tragic case of a missing teen whose body has never been found, but a man has been charged with her murder, and this took place in Detroit, Michigan. I'm going to go over a little presentation which comes from public sources, from the press releases, from the district attorney's office, and then what we're going to do is we're going to watch day one of the preliminary hearing of Jarvis Butts, the guy that's going to trial. Obviously, well, if you don't know, a preliminary hearing is to determine if there is enough evidence or not to go forward with the trial. So the trial date, from what I've seen, has not been set yet, but I'm sure it will be soon. And hopefully we can watch that trial together and see full justice for this 13-year-old girl. Before we dive into the presentation and look at everything, welcome to all my moderators. Thank you so much for everything you do. Welcome to all my patrons, members, subscribers. Remember, to be an official Grizzly, all you have to do is subscribe and it's free. Thank you to everyone who supports the channel. Welcome also to any family and friends of Annette Harris. So I wanted to cover this case for a long time, but I want to make sure I knew the preliminary hearing was coming up and I wanted to watch as much of that as possible. And it's devastating, so please know this case definitely comes with a trigger warning. Okay, you can read more in the description box as well if you want to, just to know it's about the SA, grooming an SA of a teen. So yes, now we can watch this preliminary hearing together and really do a deep dive on this case. Are we ready? So what I'm going to do is bring up the presentation that I've made for you. My goodness. Again, a case full of lessons, isn't it? Everlove Me 77 said, love catching alive, excited to spend nap time listening. Thank you so much for being here with us. Okay. Annette Harris was a 13-year-old girl who lived with her adoptive mother, Annette Harris, who was also her biological grandmother, in their home in Detroit, Michigan. So we haven't heard from Annette's mother. She's, from everything I can read and I've listened to and seen, she's nowhere to be seen. And her father apparently died from congestive heart failure, which I think was in 2024. So she was living with her adoptive mother, who was also her biological grandmother, okay, in their home in Detroit, Michigan. Additionally, there were other family members in the home, including her aunt, Shannon Harris, who had 5 children with the man who's been charged with the murder of Annette. Okay? So she had 5 children with Jarvis Butts, who was a known S offender. He had in the past assaulted a 10-year-old girl, had some jail time, and it was known to the family, to this aunt especially, that that was the case. Jarvis Butts has 13 children with lots of women, 5 with this aunt, and apparently many of the women that he impregnated were also underage. Okay then, so I hope you're understanding what this case will be like. It's really very hectic. So the man later accused of Annette's murder. She was last seen on January 9th of 2024. So just over a year ago now. Her body has not been found, but items of her clothing were found. And her case, or the case against the man accused of murdering her, is going to trial, which was only just recently decided. Annette was reported missing by Annette Harris, the biological grandmother, right? Her adoptive mother, the biological grandmother. And that was when she didn't come home from school on that date, January 9th of 2024. She had never gone missing before, so it wasn't like, oh, she's run away before or something like that. She'd never gone missing before. She was diligent. She loved to do well at school. She had lots of friends. She loved her cousins that she lived with in the house as well. For a month, the Detroit Public Schools Police Department investigated her case. And then in early February of 2024, the case was turned over to the Detroit Police Department's Missing Persons Unit. I wonder, to me, just when I first heard that, I'm like, isn't that a bit long? A month before turning it over to the Detroit Police Department's Missing Persons Unit. You know what I mean? Did they think she ran away? Did they not take it that seriously? I don't know. But it's so sad, you know? But then, I must say, they did a very good job. This case is one of circumstantial evidence. It's a no-body trial. How sad. But then again, never give up hope. They might still find her remains at some point. Who knows? I hope so. But either way, this is going to trial, and we'll go over the charges in a moment. Jazz RN said, such a beautiful little girl gone too soon. Thank you so much for your sticker. Yes. So this is a picture of her. You're going to see another picture of her in a moment. So a lot of people have made comparisons to this case, you know, comparing to Madeleine Soto's case. So it's kind of like Madeleine Soto's case, except in this case, her body was never found. And just wait. We're not going to hear it today, but wait. I think it's tomorrow and the next day where we're going to hear horrific text messages between this 41-year-old man and this 13-year-old girl. She was groomed and sexually abused. And her experience was that she was in a relationship with him. But hearing how he spoke with her and then how she spoke to him, it's just like, what was this guy doing? It's unbelievable. Okay, so Naziah was last seen on surveillance. Well, she was seen on surveillance taking the bus to school. Then she was last seen wearing a white sweater with a black jacket over it, a colorful Rugrats puffy jacket with a fur-lined hood, light blue jeans, Nike shoes, clear frame glasses like you can see in the picture on the right, and she had her hair in 2 braided puff balls. She actually took that picture that you see. That's the very last known picture of Naziah ever. She took that picture that day in class with a DPS, Detroit Public Schools issued tablet. She took that selfie and that was found on that tablet. So that's the last picture that we have of her. There's video of her getting out of school. So school ended at the end of the day in the same clothes. She met up with 41-year-old Jarvis Butts and his co-worker and went with them to their auto repair shop on Connor in Detroit. Now remember, Jarvis Butts, some people say it was her uncle, kind of, but not biologically, right? It was her aunt's boyfriend, the one that she had 5 children with. So it was like the man of the house, but really the predator of the house, okay? I don't know how else to say it. Yeah, one in plain sight, okay? And you will hear the judge say that everybody failed Naziah. Amanda Davis, thank you so much. So Jarvis's sister actually saw Naziah at the auto shop, and we'll hear her testify about that as well. But the co-worker and Naziah were together in the co-worker's car when they went to Ypsilanti and then returned to the shop on Connor. His phone places him at these locations. So we have the usual Uncle Google. Yeah, some hectic Google searches, also cell phone records, DNA evidence, all of that against him. Now, again, this is Jarvis Ramon, but a serial you-know-what. I'm going to be careful what I say on YouTube, of course. But you know what I mean. Serial, S.A. is a child, predator. Okay, now we'll go over his charges in a moment. Dee's Creative Hand says, how was this monster able to continue this disgusting behavior? You know what's so sad about this case is one can't imagine that there could be a case worse than Madeleine Soto's. This one it's almost worse. I think it could be worse. 1, because they didn't ever find her body, but 2, because there were other females in the house and they just like turned a blind eye. You know what I mean? That's what I'm hearing from what's being reported and what the judge said. So I'm not trying to cast blame on anyone or anything like that. I'm just saying, whoa, like this guy really operated in plain sight as an SO. He was chosen over the safety of the children, Oh man, it's just absolutely heartbreaking. So now Jarvis Ramon Butts is now 42 years old and obviously Detroit, Michigan. He was arrested on September 27th of 2024. So it took time, because she was last seen January 9th of 2024. And a month later, the Detroit Police Missing Persons Unit took over the case. So February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September. Whoa, 7 months later, this guy was arrested. So They did a thorough investigation. The evidence will show it as you see it in this preliminary trial that we'll be watching together. Preliminary hearing, mini trial, before it actually goes to trial. Now, he's been charged with first-degree murder, premeditated, and the max sentence he could face for that is life without the possibility of parole. Also with child, SA, commercial activity, max for that would be 20 years, second-degree criminal sexual conduct, max 15 years, and criminal sexual conduct, second offense. So I don't know what the max for that would be, but if you stack all of that up, if he's convicted, he will never get out. He will never harm another child again if he is convicted. And I for sure hope he will be, because he sounds very dangerous. He apparently gave a 4-year-old chlamydia. I have questions. Obviously, we're only starting now to really deep dive this case, but I think his background is ultra scary. Like, how many child victims does he have? Okay, so he has pleaded, of course, he's pleaded not guilty to all the charges. He had his preliminary hearing in January of 2025 that lasted a week. So that concluded on January 9th of 2025. The judge ruled that there was sufficient evidence for the case to go to trial. And I'm going to show you, we're going to begin with the end in mind of that preliminary hearing. I want to show you the 15 minutes that the judge, where the judge addresses Jarvis Butts directly and then says that there's enough evidence for this to go to trial. We're starting with that. We'll watch it again at the end, okay? I just want you to see how the judge talks and how the judge summarizes everything. It was actually really good. And then we're going to go on with day 1 of this preliminary hearing. Okay, so the evidence in this case will clearly show that the defendant's alleged actions were beyond predatory. They were vulturous. He groomed and preyed upon Naziah with expertise. We will prove that he killed young Naziah after he found out that she was pregnant at 13 with his child, said prosecutor Kim Worthy. Okay, so I just want to see this quickly. Those were his charges, and then we were still, sorry, that was supposed to be the last page. Timeline-wise, okay? From 9:30 p.m. to 12:20 p.m. on January 9th of 2024, Jarvis Butts checked in a motel. So what happened was, on January 9th, Naziah went to school. She was seen on surveillance. She was also seen leaving school wearing the same outfit. And then we heard that she went to the auto shop with Jarvis Butts and a co-worker, and then they went to that Ypsilanti area and came back. Then from 9:30 p.m. till 12:20 p.m., well, so I guess that would be a.m. actually, Butts checked into a motel. There's a receipt confirming this as well as his phone placing him in that location. Naziah is never seen again after January 9th of 2024. More complete facts are going to be seen in the court, of course, introduced into the record at this preliminary hearing. Now, Jarvis Butts was dating Naziah's aunt from September. This is where it gets really, really, really scary, okay? And it's very upsetting. So if you feel like this case gets too much and you need to take a break, just know we always save your seat and you can come back anytime. From September of 2022, remember she went missing January 9th, 2024? Okay, so from when she's 11 years old, he was sending Naziah sexually explicit messages, grooming her, asking for pictures, eventually getting her to send pictures, and eventually going further and further and further. In September of 2023, she told Jarvis that she had missed her period. In November of 2023, evidence shows, according to the police, that Jarvis knew that she was pregnant. His phone records show that he searched online about abortions, abortion pills, and drinking red antifreeze. Yeah, Uncle Google got him there. On January 10th of 2024, it's alleged that he was in the Rouge River area in Detroit. The clothing that Naziah was last seen wearing was found in the same area. And when you see pictures of it, it is so sad. We're going to see it in this preliminary hearing, like her Nike shoes and looks like a onesie, like a pink onesie and a black hoodie. And they tested all the staining on it and all of that as well, which is just, oh man, but they never found her body. So yes, we know that he pleaded guilty and we saw that slide as well. Okay, so now we're all caught up. Now, are we ready? Are we ready? Are you guys okay? It's very hectic, right? Miss Wee Lassie said rain antifreeze. So it seemed like the speculation is that he was trying to like do-it-yourself abortion in that motel and it went wrong. And he killed her and then got rid of her body. But how? They don't know where. Only he knows. And he refuses to tell anyone. Okay, so check this out. Hello. We want, not that. Wait, there. Okay, so District Court Judge Aliyah Sabree. This was from January 9th of 2025. They had the closing arguments for this preliminary hearing on this day. And then the judge made a decision. And we're going to watch that first so that you can see how the judge summarizes everything. Thank you so much, Esme. I really appreciate that. Okay, so here we go.
As far as Fisher, I agree with the people that this case is distinguishable. This is a case regarding a trial. And the one thing I had highlighted in pink is the quote, "In this case, there was no physical evidence such as blood stains or a weapon leaking defendant to Joyce's death. In this case, we don't have the same facts or circumstances." I do agree this is a circumstantial case, and circumstantial evidence is sufficient for a bind over and even conviction. Today is January 9th, 2025, exactly 1 year, from the day Latrecia Harris disappeared. Before I get into the charges, and the main charge of premeditated first-degree murder, I have to speak on Latrecia Harris and the community who failed her. And I am only presented with certain evidence. I don't know the whole story. The attorneys know more than me, the family knows more than me, but from what I have heard over the last 4 days and 5 days total is that several people failed her. I don't know where her mother is. I don't know anything other than that she was forced to live in a home where she was not protected or given the adequate attention and love. I don't know where her father is. I don't have any mention of him in her life, no presence. To Cordell, aka King, and all the men who saw Jarvis Butts hanging out and always around these young girls, including Latrecia, and his 9-year-old daughter going up to the shop to clean up his shop. The school counselor who never showed up, or the person who was supposed to show up if that counselor was absent, after Latrecia was on the floor on the day she went missing, saying that she needed to speak to someone and speak to a counselor. There's no mention of CPS, but I wonder what their involvement was over the years, because this was not just a 1-year thing. There are text messages at least from 2022. To her adoptive grandmother, Annette Harris, whose testimony, in my opinion, was very questionable. I understand why the people put her on the stand to establish Latrecia's residence and the houses on Bedford and the regular routine, to establish also that Latrecia was not a runaway child, that she was not a bad kid. I do believe she adopted Latrecia. I do believe that she had 6 kids in the house. I believe that Latrecia had on a dark hoodie the day she went missing, and that she had on red and black Nikes that day. What is hard to believe is that the defendant never came into the house as she testified. And there was also a minor that testified that he did as well. Text messages that show between him and Latrecia that he did. In the basement, saying he was going to the shower, stealing her panties. He was always lurking around that house and asking for Janiyah and Zaniyah, from what I know. I even thought about the breakfast routine and saying that all the kids like eating breakfast at school. Did they have a choice? I don't know. But to always send those girls up there to clean up the shop raises questions. And how were there 2 women in that house who have birthed children themselves who did not notice that Latrecia was pregnant, and I believe she was, and not having her period anymore? But then after hearing text messages today, begging Jarvis for pads as if she didn't have anyone else to give them for her. And what stood out the most was when Annette Harris stood on the stand, and she learned around 6 p.m. that Latrecia did not come home from school, and said she looked around for her and decided to wait until the next morning to call the police.
Why? You know, that's already like, why? Her adoptive mother, also biological grandmother, is like, she didn't come home from school. Oh well, night night. Let's all go to bed and we'll just think about that tomorrow. No, don't do that. We learn from these cases. It could be obviously something very serious. It usually would be, especially if it's completely out of character for the child. Where are they? It's a child, a 13-year-old girl who went to school. You know?
Without a tear, without emotion, or any expression of being devastated. And to her Aunt Shannon, who also showed no emotion, expression of being devastated from Neziah going missing. She stated that she had friends help look for Neziah, but was directed to just wait until the morning to call the police. A grown woman who likely suspected something strange going on didn't feel the need to call the police either. They were both able to go to sleep at night without hearing from Neziah or having any indication that she was coming home that night. And of course, the defendant, who I will get to in a minute. I don't know who else failed Neziah, but the community did. As far as the people establishing probable cause, I will focus on count 1, as it's been stated that there is no contention with counts 2 and 3. In count 3, I will amend based off of the motion and the testimony I heard that Neziah was 12 and not 13 at the time that Jarvis Butts had sexual intercourse with her. The prosecution is correct. You do not have to have a body to establish first-degree premeditated murder. It would have been a much shorter exam had her body been found, but this is where we are. In the last 365 days, no text messages. We all heard today and yesterday that she was very active and frequently texted. No social media for a year. We heard through testimony that she was also active on social media. No phone calls, which she was also able to do according to testimony. No physical sighting of her by anyone. She never came back to school. No one has seen her. Medical records dated from July 2014 to October 2023 indicated that she had no life-threatening medical issues that would lead to a natural cause of death. The black hoodie found in the area of 7 Muhlenberg with her DNA and blood on it. The holes in the hoodie consistent with some sort of struggle, violence, or weapon being used. And we know that there were no holes in that hoodie when she wore it to school. We saw a picture of her in a black hoodie on her last day that everyone saw her. I do believe her grandma testified truthfully about the sweatshirt that she had on and that was practically new. And the border agent who said that no evidence of animals would have destroyed the clothing or the shoes to possibly lead to animals tearing up that hoodie. The clear glasses found in the blue Nissan the day after she went missing. The behavior of the defendant when he snatched those glasses. They looked exactly like the glasses she had on in her last picture, according to the witness. The shoes that her brother described as the same shoes that were found also in the area of 7 Muhlenberg near the hoodie. While this is still probable cause, the evidence all points to Jarvis Butts. His locations, him being seen with her last, the abortion searches, the abrupt silence between the two of them in text messages, and the constant lies he told throughout the entire investigation. And they were proven to be lies with text messages and other testimony. We may never know what happened, but from what I heard today and over the last 4 or 5 days, it appears he intended to perform what he thought was a do-it-yourself abortion on Neziah and went south, and instead of seeking medical attention for her, he intentionally killed her and tried his best to cover it up. As much as I want her to be alive today, there is at least probable cause to show and believe that she's dead and that she was murdered by Jarvis Butts. Mr. Butts, stand up.
Yeah, Mr. Butts, stand up. I like how the judge says that. You stand up, and now she's about to address him.
Sit over there for 4 days with your head down, sitting between and behind your attorneys with your mask on and taking vigorous notes. I want you to pay attention and listen to everything I have to say.
He's the guy with the mask on here.
I have been trying to figure out for the last 5 days, you. At one point, I thought you were cognitively impaired in the beginning of this exam. And then maybe you had the brain of a 10-year-old, and that's why you were doing such things. But as I heard more and more testimony, you're just the true definition of a pedophile. Watching you laugh and brag about all the women you have with different women and the children and the girlfriends, and making babies to groom them, and having them in your presence, and cleaning up, quote, cleaning up your shop, and the little girls around you, has landed you here today. You groomed Latrecia. You played mind games with her. We all heard that. You controlled her emotionally. She was exposed to so much at such a young age. The text messages between you two were disgusting to hear. And to think that she had you saved in her phone as bae for life. Latrecia deserves so much more. And while I mentioned other people that failed her, Jarvis Butts, you are the monster in this whole picture. She did deserve love from her parents and everyone who was in her life. She was ignored, she was neglected, and you took complete advantage of that. She wanted someone to love her, and she will never know what that feels like. Your children deserve more. As much as defense counsel has raised issues on count 1, all that has done is raise the question of fact for the trier of fact, which means that this will be for a jury or a judge to hear in Third Circuit. I pray for the healing of all the victims and the young girls and possibly boys who have come into contact with you. As a community, we should look at this case as a prime example of how much work we have to do when it comes to protecting our children and especially our black girls.
He has 13 children. Also, I stand corrected. The trial date has been set and it's scheduled for March 7th of 2025. I don't know if it'll be postponed or not, but for now, at the time of this live stream, it is the 22nd of January of 2025 right now. Okay, so if you're watching from the future and the trial date got postponed, I said it might. But for now, it's set for March 7th of 2025, okay?
I pray for closure and healing for all those who have been traumatized by you. And for you, Jarvis Butts, I wish you a speedy trial and that justice be delivered. Your bind over date is January 16th at 9 o'clock a.m. Anything else for the record?
Not for the people, Judge. Thank you.
Not for defense.
Okay, now we're just going to watch him walk out. This was from the final day of the preliminary hearing. I just wanted you to see the summary from the judge and how she speaks to Jarvis Butts. We're going to watch him leave now, and then we're going to start with day 1 of the preliminary hearing. It lasted a week, and it finished on January 9th, okay?
Do the right thing and tell us where she's at, please. I'm sorry, Judge. Just do it, Jarvis.
Where is she at, Jarvis?
Just tell us.
No resources. Okay, bro.
Judge, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to disrespect your court.
Will you all please turn off the camera, please? As well as
Okay. So now we've gone back in time to day 1 of the preliminary hearing. So here sits Jarvis Butts, the 42-year-old man who is charged with first-degree murder of Latrecia Harris, even though her body has never been found. We're going to learn a lot of details in this preliminary hearing that we'll be covering over the next 4 to 5 days. I say 4 to 5 because 2 of the days are a little bit shorter, so I might defluff and combine them. We shall see, okay? But if you didn't have plans for at least the next 4 days, now you do, because that's what we'll be doing, okay? We are deep diving this case. So someone said 5 children with an aunt. Yes, so Latrecia's aunt was living in the house. Latrecia had her biological grandmother who was adoptive mother. There's also an aunt living there who was dating Jarvis Butts. And her and Jarvis had 5 children together. And he, in total, has 13 children. So, here we go with day 1. We have 2 hours and 19, almost 2 hours 20 minutes of court footage for today. We've already watched 12 minutes, okay? So we'll be here for a little while.
Okay, so the brief sidebar I had with Mr. Makepeace and Mr. Riggins regarding Officer Wolfe. I just want to put on the record that Officer Wolfe is an employee at 36th District Court. I do not have a personal relationship with him, only a working relationship in which he comes to the courtroom in 234 to do his job as a court officer. I want to make sure with the people in defense there's no objection to me hearing his testimony today.
Okay. No objection.
Okay, I'll swear you in. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Okay, you can begin.
Can you state your name for the record, sir?
Derek Wolfe.
And what do you do for a living currently?
I work at 36th District Court as a court officer.
And how long have you worked at 36th District Court?
2 months.
And prior to...
Okay, they don't ask them to spell out their names, unfortunately, so we'll just have to listen. Also, for those asking, Jarvis didn't live in the home. He just visited the home a lot. In fact, I think he had another fiance at the time as well. It's like, this guy had girlfriends all over the place, and he was abusing kids all over the place, allegedly. And he was coming over to the house a lot, and all of that, okay? So apparently he lived in Highland Park in Michigan. All right.
that, where did you work at?
Detroit Public School Police Department.
And how long did you in total work for the Detroit Public Schools?
17 and a half years.
You worked for DPS for 17 and a half years?
Yes.
And how long have you been in law enforcement in total?
39 years.
Before DPS, who did you work for?
I retired from Detroit Police Department.
And what were some of your common roles and responsibilities at the Detroit Public Schools Police Department?
We go to the school. Sometimes we talk to the kids. We take care of the building, take care of the principals, we take care of the family, and make sure everybody's abiding by the law.
Oh. And in January of 2024, what was your assignment at the DPS Police Department?
I was assigned to investigations.
And as part of that assignment, does that include going out and taking reports from people who are making police reports to the school police department?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to January 10th, 2024. Did you go to J.E. Clark School in Detroit?
Yes.
And what was the reason you went there, sir?
I got sent there by my lieutenant about a missing 13-year-old young lady from the school.
And when you went there, did you speak with someone who was making that report?
Yes.
Who was that person?
I talked to her guardian, her grandmother, which is her guardian.
And is that Annette Harris?
Yes.
Annette Harris is Nazia's adoptive mother and biological grandmother, the one who reported her missing the following day, so January 10th of 2024. Moonchild says it seems like he was around any woman that had kids for a reason, and not a good reason. Yes.
And in terms of taking that report, what's that process like? I don't want to go into what anybody said to you, but what information are you looking for to gather to put into your report?
Okay, I'm making a missing report. So I asked Ms. Harris, when's the last time you seen her daughter? Her granddaughter. Description of what she have on. Has she ever been missing before? Does she have a boyfriend? Or she have friends she might go by the house and stay? Things of that sort.
And did you ask Ms. Harris all of those questions and get her answers?
Yes.
And then did you write an actual report?
Yes.
Okay. After you write that report, do you have any role in actually investigating to attempting to locate the missing person?
Yes.
Okay, what did you do after writing the report?
After I did the report, I canvassed the area looking for this young lady, although she was gone for at least 24 hours because she was missing the day before. And then from that point, we didn't find anything, so I found out the bus number that she was on. I got the video, and it shows where she got off the bus at Cornwall and 3 Mile.
You said Cornwell and 3 Mile?
Cornwall and 3 Mile.
Okay.
And from that point, like I said, we went to the house, talked to the guardian again, talked to some of the people in the house, and then we went on in and let it go from there.
Sorry, just to be clear, you keep on saying we. Are you doing these things with a partner?
Yes.
And who is that partner?
Dale Gardner.
Okay. Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm approaching with what's already been admitted as People's Exhibit 2. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And what is that is contained in Exhibit 2?
The school bus.
And is that a still shot from the video that you pulled or that you received?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the bus that you identified that Latrecia Harris was on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, exploited innocence. Welcome. You said the school, never turned the report of her missing until a month later. I did read that, and that's what I was saying in the beginning. If any of you missed the beginning of this live stream, I hope you'll check it out later, because we did a full recap of the case just before we dive into this preliminary hearing. We're going to learn the most from this preliminary hearing. Okay, that was just an overview. But yes, she was reported missing on January 10th of 2024, last seen January 9th, right? And then only in February of 2024, a month later, was the case turned over to the Detroit Police Department Missing Persons Unit. So you said the police were a month behind in the investigation and looking for her. And with that in mind, I think they did a really good job with the cell phone data, the Google searches, of course, which includes the cell phone data. You know, extracting Jarvis Butts' phone, which he had apparently hidden in a Cadillac, all of that, and knowing his whereabouts on the day, and surveillance footage to actually zone in on an area that they thought he may have gone to, which is along a riverbank. They're finding Latrecia's items of clothing, like her shoes and a onesie and a jacket. I mean, I think they did very well, given how late the investigation really actually started, right? Kristen says 13 kids that they're aware of is close to 20 kids. I actually don't doubt that. Yeah, I actually don't doubt that. Okay.
May I have one moment, Judge?
Yes.
I have another question.
Recross.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Mr. Wolfe, you were dispatched to the J.E. Clark School because you're an investigator for DPS.
I was not dispatched. The lieutenant came to the office and told us to go by the school for the missing.
Okay, so you were requested, your presence was requested at the school?
Yeah, from my lieutenant.
You don't have an office within the school?
No.
So you're not like the school resource officer, per se?
No.
Okay. And you said you met with Ms. Annette Harris on the 10th?
Yes.
And that's of January of 2022?
January. Yes.
But that was early in the morning?
Around between 11 and 12.
So school was in session at that time?
Yes.
Did you speak with the teacher who was in Latrecia's classroom on the 9th of January?
No.
Did you speak with any of Latrecia's known friends?
In the investigation, yes.
You did. Who did you speak to?
I can't recall that.
Did you write them in a report?
No, not a missing report.
Okay, so you spoke with folks, but you didn't record their names?
I recorded it probably on my run sheet, but not inside the missing report.
And you didn't take statements from anybody?
No, not at the time.
Ever?
No.
Okay. Did you speak with anybody else at the school about Latrecia, either on the 10th or any time after that?
Only on the 10th I talked to the guardian, which is the grandmother, and a couple of students.
A couple?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how many?
A couple, two.
Two. Okay. Just want to make sure we're We have the same definition of a couple. And you said you canvassed the area?
Yes.
What area did you canvass?
The 3 Mile area, we were all around there, checking the alleys, knocking on doors, seeing if we can get some video, doorbell, camera footage, things like that.
3 Mile, is that 3 Mile Drive?
3 Mile in Cornwall, that area.
Okay, and that's where the bus stop was?
Yes.
Where Nasiah would have gotten off the bus?
Yes.
Okay. Anywhere else around the school?
We checked around the schools. We checked on, matter of fact, on her street as well. We didn't find anything.
In her classroom, does she have a locker or a cubby or anything where she stores items?
I can answer that question.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Fair to
Oh dear, one would think they checked that, right? Misty Peterson said he may not be revealing where she is due to potential additional charges like abuse of a corpse. I think you've got a good point there. You know, kind of like, it reminds me of the Harmony Renee case, Harmony Montgomery, Adam Montgomery. He also won't say, right? So who knows? What on earth did Jarvis Butts allegedly do to Nasiah's body? At this point, nobody knows.
say then that you didn't check?
I may have, but I can't recall right now because it's been such a long time.
Is there a report that documents whether you did or not?
No.
Okay. And after you did the canvass of the area of 3 Mile Drive in Cornwall, what else did you do?
I went back to the station, advised the lieutenant of what we came up with.
Which was what?
Which was, I talked to the parent, the grandparent, talked to a couple of students. We didn't find anything from doing our search of the area.
So did you do anything else in regards to investigating?
No, I did not, because I was getting ready to retire, so I was done.
Okay. I don't have anything further.
Any redirect?
True. Jessica Ortiz said also an extra charge with the baby. Yeah, if they find her remains, they can help to prove that, because right now they've got horrifying text messages between Jarvis Butts and the victim, and also Google searches where, you know, he was trying to look up how to do an abortion himself, and then also looking up antifreeze.
How long, you were first notified about this on the 10th, correct?
Yes.
And how long did you stay involved in the investigation?
That day.
Okay, so your activities that Ms. Quick asked you about contained, all happened on the 10th of January?
Yes.
What happened to the investigation after the 10th?
If someone else's investigation would have took over, besides me, because once again I was leaving, but I gave all the information that I had along with my run sheet as well. So
it was passed off to another investigator?
Yeah, it would be. Yeah.
Okay, and then are you aware of what happened after that?
No.
Okay. And you said that on the 10th, your lieutenant came in and asked you to go to J.E. Clark?
Yes.
And who is your lieutenant?
At the time it was George Harris.
Okay. I know you're pretty good.
I just clarification. You said you were leaving. Are you mean leaving DPS or leaving
Yeah,
for the day?
retiring.
Okay, thank you. Any questions based off of my question?
No, Judge.
Okay, you were all done. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Grizzly.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Margaret Lovella.
And where are you employed?
Currently I'm employed with the Macomb County Medical Examiner's Office
And when did you start there?
in July of 2024.
And before starting there, where did you work?
I worked with the Detroit Police Department as a forensic technician.
Okay. And how long had you had that job?
I was there for about 6 years.
Okay. And what, as a forensic technician, what are your roles and responsibilities?
We would respond to scenes in the city of Detroit. We would take photos, collect evidence, search for evidence, and then compile a report based on our findings.
And I want to take you back to March 14th of 2024. Were you working with Detroit Police as a forensic tech at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you working alone or with a partner?
That day I was working alone.
And I want to take you to the area of 7 Mile and Berg. Is that in the city of Detroit?
Yes, ma'am.
And
I do appreciate help to spell their names, seeing as they don't get asked to spell them, which is pet peeve, a little frustrating. Margaret Lovella is what I heard. I do not know how to spell that, so I just put that on the screen. Okay, for now. But if you know, or if you find sources that know, like an article or something, please type it here. Hopefully I'll see it.
were you dispatched to that location on March 14th, 2024?
Yes, I was.
And what is it that you did at that location?
At that location, there was a wooded area just south of 7 Mile to the west of Berg, and we searched that wooded area for evidence related to a potential missing person.
Okay. And what is it that you did when you searched?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What is it that you do when you search an area?
We will canvass the area in an ordered fashion, myself along with the other officers that are on scene. We are looking for things that are out of the ordinary or might suggest that something had taken place at that location.
And did you know what you were looking for at that location?
We were looking for clothing and shoes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And did you take any photos?
I did.
And did you collect any evidence?
I did.
Okay. And I want to show you, may I first people's proposed exhibit 14?
Yes.
Showing you Margaret People's proposed exhibit 14. It's a PowerPoint. Could you tell me, do you recall going to this area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do these photos, there are 129 of them, do they fairly and accurately depict the scene of 7 Mile and Berg as you saw it that day, back on March 14th of 2024?
Yes, they do, to the best of my recollection.
And Your Honor, I move for the admission of People's proposed exhibit 14.
No objection. Okay, they'll be admitted.
Thank you. Did you end up finding any evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
What evidence did you find?
We collected a pink jumpsuit, like bodysuit style, and then a black hoodie that had a pair of white headphones in one of the pockets, some gloves, a towel, and a pair of red, black, and white gym shoes.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Since you have to allow me.
Okay, try now.
And what, so this is in People's Exhibit 14, this is going to be photo 2. What is it that we have here?
So this is the photo card that we would take at the beginning of processing any crime scene. It includes the date, the time, the location that we're responding to, as well as who is the current officer in charge that ordered us out to that location, the crime or suspected crime that we're investigating, as well as my name, the code that I'm working, and the report number that is assigned to that case.
Okay. Now I'm going to not go through all 129 photos here. I'm going to show you some that I want to reference. This is for record purposes, photo 30. What do we see here in photo 30?
We are looking west down, so that fence on the left of the photograph is the fence for an abandoned building at the south end of a parking lot on the west side of Berg. We are looking west towards the Rouge River into that wooded area. You can see what is that pink jumpsuit in the background of the photograph.
Okay. And In 33, what do we see here?
That is one of the black, red, and white gym shoes that we collected from the wooded area that I had previously stated.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that's a left foot shoe?
Yes.
Okay. And in picture 35, what do we...
Sorry, they went to this area which is 7 Mile and Berg in Detroit, Michigan, which is close to that Rouge River. And that is where they found these items in this wooded area. They knew from cell phone data that Jarvis Butts had been out there. And I mean, for them to be out there, this was March 14th of 2024. Neziah was last seen on January 9th of 2024, so it's more than 2 months later. To go to this area based on the cell phone data and find these items which match the last seen items that Neziah was wearing. It's unbelievable police work, actually, and that was still there. But where's her remains, you know? It's very sad. Okay, so let's go like this.
have here?
That was a photograph of the inside of the shoe, of its size tag.
And in 37, what do we see here?
Again, we are still looking in that wooded area. That is the black jacket that was collected. It is towards the front of the photograph, kind of behind that tree branch.
And in 42,
that was a close-up of the black hooded jacket that we recovered.
okay. And would it be fair to say that you opened up the jacket, or is this how you saw it?
We did open up the jacket to examine it, yes.
Okay. And in 45, what's in 45?
So that is looking in one of the pockets of the jacket.
And can you see what's inside the pocket at that point, or no?
That photograph, I believe there is a paper and might be the pair of headphones.
Okay. And in 47,
Yes.
what are we looking at there?
So yes, that is the paper and the pair of headphones that was recovered from that pocket.
Okay. And 50?
So that is going to be the hood of that hooded jacket. We noted that there are several holes in the jacket of unknown origin.
Yeah, and 52, what do we see here?
Again, we are looking into the wooded area. You can see that pink jumpsuit that is stuck in the branches of those trees.
Okay. And in 63?
Again, a closer shot of that pink jumpsuit.
In 78, what do we see here?
That is the right foot of the red, black, and white shoe that was recovered. That was located in the trees near that jumpsuit.
Okay, and is that fair to say the right foot?
Yes.
Okay. And 79, what do we have here?
That is a photo of the inside tag of that shoe to show its size.
And in 88?
That is the pink jumpsuit that we recovered.
And 89?
That's a photo of the size and the label of that jacket. That jacket jumpsuit.
And in 120?
That is a photo of the Rouge River.
Okay. So how close was the Rouge River, I guess, to the area that you were searching?
So there was a large parking lot just off of the west side of Berg, and then there was an embankment leading down to the river. I would say less than 500 feet.
What condition was the evidence that we just saw in the photos? What was the condition of it?
It was wet, it was dirty, it was currently raining when we were out at that scene, so.
What did you do with the evidence once you photographed it?
Once it was photographed, we collected it, I collected it and took it from the scene. The items that were wet, we then brought to the Detroit Police Department evidence garage, where we have a drying chamber so that that evidence could be dried in a safe, secure, and way so that any type of DNA evidence could be preserved. And then once that evidence was then dried, it was packaged and processed and submitted to the DPD property unit.
And you would have been the one who placed those items in the drying chamber?
Yes.
And are you also the one who placed them on evidence afterwards?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Ross?
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
So I believe you said that it was raining on the day that you were dispatched out to this location at the site.
That is correct.
Had it been raining most of the morning?
To the best of my recollection.
When you were dispatched out by somebody at DPD?
That is correct.
When you arrived at this site, were there already people on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
How many people would you say?
Approximately 10.
10. Were they all Detroit police officers, or were there other people there as well?
Everyone that I spoke with was with the Detroit Police Department.
Okay. But could you say for certain that everybody there was DPD?
No.
You were notified prior to leaving, or when you got there maybe, what evidence or what items you were actually looking for?
They told us we were looking for clothing.
Okay. Were you under the impression that somebody had seen something and wanted you to come out and photograph it and tag it?
Yes.
Okay. So you weren't the first person out there to see it?
That is correct.
Do you know who originally had seen the items?
I do not.
So you didn't speak with anybody about where they initially located them?
I spoke with the officers that were at that scene, that called me out to that scene, and they directed me to where that evidence had been located.
Okay. But you can't say for sure where the items were located before you had gotten there, fair to say?
Correct.
Did you see anybody else handle those items?
No.
But again, you couldn't say for sure that nobody did?
I can't say what happened before my arrival on the scene.
Okay. One of the items was a black hoodie, right?
That is correct.
Fair to say that it appeared pretty weathered?
Yes.
I think the report notes that there's like spider webs on it.
Yes.
Some detritus sleeves, that kind of thing.
Yes.
There was also a pink bodysuit.
That is correct.
Now that was not on the ground, correct?
No.
That was in some branches a distance away?
That is correct.
About how far away were those two items from one another?
Not that far, but I couldn't give an estimate right now of the distance.
Okay, yeah, I don't want you to guess.
So Naziah was not reported, last seen wearing, for example, that pink jumpsuit. So, but there was a time when, based on Jarvis Butts' movements that day and a motel booking, he went to a motel. Remember, we went over the timeline that we know so far of the presentation. So I don't know what happened there, but the judge speculated that perhaps it was an abortion gone wrong, that Naziah died, or it was gone wrong and Jarvis Butts decided to kill her. This is all alleged. He's innocent until proven guilty, but it's what the judge was saying, right, from what we just heard earlier. And that he then had to get rid of the evidence. So maybe some of these items were scattered in this area, and who knows what he did with Naziah's remains. That's what's so sad. So they found a pink jumpsuit, described as being inside out, a black jacket, a red and black shoe, a white sweater, light blue jeans were mentioned, you see, as a last known outfit, but they were not found in these searches. So those items could still be out there. Of course, her remains could still be out there. Maybe he buried her in a shallow grave for all we know. I always have hope that they will find the body, so that they can, one, that she can be buried properly, and two, those charges will be the case against her will be even stronger, right? So that it can never hurt anyone else again. Okay.
You say that the jumpsuit didn't necessarily appear similarly weathered to the hoodie?
No, it did not.
It did have some like dirt or stains on it.
It did, yes.
But it wasn't quite as weathered, I guess. Same word I could use.
I would say so, yes.
Okay. So you collected the items.
Mm-hmm.
When you did so, did you wear disposable gloves?
I did.
Did you wear a new pair of gloves for each item that you collected?
I did.
Okay. And each item went into a separate bag?
That is correct.
It's got its own tag?
Yes.
And then you yourself drove them to this evidence garage?
Yes.
Now, this evidence garage, where is it at?
It's located at 11631 Mount Elliott in the city of Detroit.
And you yourself checked them in at the garage?
Yes.
What is the process for that?
So it is placed in our evidence tracker system, and there is a label in there to say that it is at the garage for drying. So it was noted that that was where it was going to be. The drying chamber is in a locked room, and then the chamber itself is also locked. So the key was acquired from my sergeant, my supervisor, to get into that room. The items were then hung up in a way that they were not touching each other. They did not come into contact with each other during the drying process. Then this chamber was locked back up, the door to the room was locked, and the key was returned to my supervisor. Then after 24 hours, then I returned to then collect that evidence, where it was all packaged individually in their own bag, and then that was then taped, secured, and turned over to property.
And you did all that yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
So,
Sorry to pause again. Pinche Becky 0F's given said, has it been confirmed that she was pregnant, or is that just a rumor? Sorry, new to the case. So obviously they haven't found her remains, so they couldn't confirm that physical evidence. However, between text messages, from text messages between Naziah and Jarvis, she had told him in September of 2023 that she had missed her period. And then based on text messages and the cell phone data, it shows that he apparently knew she was pregnant from November of 2023. And then he started conducting horrible Google searches about drinking antifreeze and how to do an abortion at home and all of that. So that also adds to the weight of that. Now, how would her cousins or family members or anyone not notice if it was about 4 months that she was pregnant at the time that she went missing? Well, it was winter. Firstly, she's only 13 years old. Secondly, it was winter, so big puffy jackets, things like that, while she's trying to figure it out and trying to ask Jarvis for help, apparently saying that she can't do her PE classes at school properly. She's not performing like she should, and she's scared she's going to fail because she's pregnant. So there's messages like that we will hear about in this preliminary hearing. Today it's already upsetting information. But the day that we hear those text messages, I'm going to give you multiple trigger warnings because it's really bad. Okay.
when you took each of the items out of their respective bags, again, did you wear disposable gloves?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you change those gloves every time you handled a different piece of evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
And then when you recollected them, you put them in fresh bags?
Yes.
And you, again, used disposable gloves?
Yes.
And did you use different ones every time you handled each item?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't have anything else, thank you.
Just briefly, Ms. Lovella, when you placed these items on evidence, are they each given like a specific evidence tag number?
Yes.
Okay, and could we just go through those really quickly? Do you have a report?
I do.
Okay, if you need to refresh your memory at all, please let me know, and if you want to refer to your report to refresh your memory, just let us know, okay? So for the red, black, and white Nike gym shoes, those were placed in evidence?
Yes.
And do you recall what tag number they were?
Can I refresh?
If that would refresh your memory, yes.
So those were item 84.
Okay, and that black hoodie, that was also placed in evidence?
I'm sorry, I don't know if I check again to refresh.
Yes.
So the black hoodie was item 85.
And what about that pink bodysuit?
That was going to be item 86.
Okay. And the headphones and paper, did you package those separately or together?
Can I refresh my report? Look at my report.
If that would refresh your memory.
So the headphones and paper were packaged together because they came from the same pocket under item 88.
88? Okay. And There were a couple other items that you also placed in evidence.
That is correct.
Okay. What were the other items?
There was a pair of gloves that was recovered from the wooded area as well, and a brown, blue, gray towel. It was a dirty towel, a dirty wet towel from near the parking lot.
Okay. And did you place that towel on evidence?
Yes.
What number did you place that on?
May I refresh?
Yes.
So the towel was 82.
Okay. And what about those gloves you were talking about?
The gloves were 83.
Okay. Was there any other items?
There was like a Ziploc bag that was recovered from the other jacket pocket that was placed under item 89.
Okay. And anything else?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. Was there any kind of rubber bracelet?
Oh, sorry, yes, there was a rubber bracelet that was recovered from that wooded area as well.
Okay. And was that on evidence also?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was that placed on?
May I refresh?
If it would refresh your memory, yes.
Thank you. That was item number 87.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, you all done testifying. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Watch your step.
Speaking to the mic here, pick it up and hold it in your lap if you like.
Mayor, thank you. Could you state your name for the record?
Talasha Moore.
And, excuse me, Ms. Moore, I'm going to ask you a couple questions, but first I want to ask you, do you know someone by the name of Cordell Wright?
I do.
And how do you know Mr. Wright?
He is the father of my nephew, my 17-year-old nephew.
So, your sister's son?
Yes.
Gotcha. And is that how you met Mr. Wright?
Yes.
Through your sister?
Yes.
Okay. And in what context is your relationship with Mr. Wright? How did you know him? Did he ever do anything for you? Things like that?
He fixed my mother's car. He worked on her car.
Okay. And what kind of car does your mother drive?
A red Jaguar.
And what's your mom's name?
Jacqueline Campbell.
And going back to January of 2024, where were you living at the time? Not your specific address, just the city.
Ypsilanti.
And who else lived with you in Ypsilanti?
My mom and my son.
Okay. And would Mr. Wright ever come out to Ypsilanti to fix your mom's car, her Jaguar?
Yes.
How often did he do that?
Like a couple times, at least 2 times.
And was that around January of 2024?
That was the last time.
In January was the
Yes.
last time? And when he would go out there, would he bring anyone with him?
This last time he did it.
What about
Well,
prior?
the last 2 times. So before January 9th, him and someone else came, and then on January 9th, they both came.
Okay. And the person that he brought with him, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And could you point to him and identify a piece of clothing he's wearing?
Well, I can only see the top of his head right now.
Are you 100% sure that it's that person? Could we have everyone remove their masks just for a brief moment?
If anyone knows how to exactly spell her name, please let me know. Talasha Moore is what I heard, right? And from what I'm gathering, because we'll deep dive in this together for the first time here, watching this preliminary hearing, she knew Jarvis Butts' co-worker, who will testify later. Okay.
If everyone in the courtroom could remove their mask if they have one on, please.
Ms. Moore, do you see the person that Mr. Wright brought with him?
I do.
And could you point to him and identify a piece of clothing he's wearing?
A green one-piece thing.
For the record, the witness has identified Jarvis Butts, the defendant in this matter.
So reflected.
Thank you. And you said Mr. Butts came out how many times with Cordell?
At least 2. So this last time in January and the time before that.
Okay. And the time before that, who was anyone else with the 2 of them?
No.
And what were they doing the time before January 9th?
Working on the car. I can't remember. It was a couple of things they had to fix on it, and they came out and did it in the driveway. And
Sorry.
I was just gonna say the last time when we got the car towed to the shop and they drove it back up.
Okay. And so in between the most recent time before January 9th, the Jaguar, correct me if I'm wrong, was towed to Detroit?
Correct.
Okay. And then on January 9th, did you see that red Jaguar again?
Yeah.
Okay. Who brought that Jaguar out to Ypsilanti?
Cordell and Jarvis.
Okay. And was anyone else with Cordell and Jarvis?
Yes.
Who is that person?
Naziah.
And I want to clarify, at the time on the 9th, when Cordell, Jarvis, and Naziah came, did you know that that was Naziah Harris?
No.
Do you know that now?
I do know now.
Okay. And is that based on information you learned or seen in the news and things like that?
Well, it was based on when the detectives came to the house to question us. That's when I found out who she was.
But at the time on the 9th, you didn't know?
Mm-mm.
Is that a no?
No, yes or no. I did not know.
Now, let's talk about when they came out.
Sorry, trying to follow. There's a lot of who's who in this case. Trying to make sure it's accurate. So Talasha Moore, I found the right spelling of her name. Talasha Moore testified that she saw Naziah that afternoon, so that would be January 9th of 2024, in Ypsilanti with Jarvis Butts and his business partner, Cordell Wright. And that's important for the timeline because Jarvis Butts told Naziah that he would pick up from school that day, and she was seen leaving the school and never seen again. Gone from that day, right? But Jarvis Butts went to his auto repair shop with his business partner, Cordell Wright, who we'll also see testify at some point. Then they went to Ypsilanti, and this witness saw Naziah with him. And then later, Jarvis Butts went to a motel. Okay, so are we all following? Are we all good? We're 44 minutes into our court footage for today, which I've defluffed for us, so it's 2 hours and 20 minutes total.
On the 9th, January 2024, what was that interaction? How long did it last? Can you kind of take me through, start to finish, their visit and delivering the car?
So they came, they delivered the car. They were talking to my mom about what was wrong, gave her the invoice. It was just like a regular day. When they came in, they sat on the couch for a few minutes. Naziah was sitting in the chair by the TV. We spoke, very brief. Asked her if she wanted something to drink. She didn't. My 6-year-old son ran up to her, the dog. It was just very mellow. They sat there, we talked about the car and stuff. We talked about my nephew. Cordell was trying to wait till my nephew got out of school, but because he was on tether, they had to leave, so they didn't get to stay long enough for my nephew to come.
And your nephew would be Cordell's son?
Cordell's son, yeah, correct.
Did you talk to Mr. Butts about Naziah? Did he introduce her or anything like that?
We just asked, hey, everybody spoke. He said this is his niece, and that was pretty much the basis of it. I cannot remember if he said her name or not, but he did introduce her as his niece.
And so, just to be clear, not sure about the name, but he said this is his niece, about Naziah. Is that a yes?
That's a yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. And then after that conversation, let me ask you, during that time when they were there, did you notice anything that was unsettling or concerning about Naziah?
No.
It was just a normal interaction?
Yes.
After that interaction was over, did the three of them, Cordell, Jarvis, and Naziah, leave your house?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as you know, they were headed back to Detroit, correct?
Correct.
So Talasha Moore's nephew is Cordell's son, and Cordell was Jarvis's business partner. So Cordell and Jarvis were running an auto repair shop that I think Jarvis Butts owned. And so that day, when they took Talasha's mother's car to a home that they had worked on, Talasha saw Naziah with Jarvis and Cordell. And Jarvis introduced Naziah as his niece. Which, how scary to think that really it was his victim, you know, because he was a groomer and predator. But in sinister terms, his pregnant girlfriend, who was 13 years old. You know what I mean? Oh my word, that is so hectic. Oh my goodness, okay. Thank you. Honestly,
when they left, whose car were they leaving in?
Honestly, me said they own together. Oh, thank you so much. Yes, I did hear that as well. Why are humans like this? Said Cordell is also known as King. Thank you so much.
Cordell's truck.
And all three of them were in the same car?
Yes.
And you said that they were delivering the Jaguar to your mom or to your house, right?
Yes.
Did you see them pull up? Do you know what the driving and seating arrangements was?
I do not.
Oh. I have nothing further to say.
Okay, Ross.
Lucky says they call them uncles, so the kids trust them. Terrible. Do you remember that case that we just recently looked at of a guy from Florida that was a hospice care doctor that was grooming children online, and he called himself Uncle something? Can't remember what the name was. But also to build trust, to be like an uncle online. Oh my word. That is so scary. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much all for being here. I really appreciate it. And we will be deep diving this case for at least the next 4 days. The preliminary hearing took place on January 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. So that's 4 full days of this court process to decide if the case will go to trial. It will go to trial. And the trial is scheduled at the moment to start in March. I think it was March 7th that we looked up earlier. March 7th of 2025. If it happens then, and if there's cameras in the courtroom, hopefully we can watch it together. I would plan to, if that's what's happening.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, you're technically not related to Cordell, right?
Correct.
That's just the uncle of, he is the father
father
of your nephew. Okay. How would you say your relationship is with Mr. Wright?
It's cool. Like, no issues.
You got along with him well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
And you know Cordell worked as a mechanic?
Correct.
Okay. And how long has he worked on your vehicles? Was this something new, or had he worked on your vehicles previously?
I think he might have changed the oil on one of my cars a couple years back, but not that frequently.
Okay. And you knew he had did you know he had a shop that he worked out of?
Yes.
Okay. Had you been to this shop?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that there was a time prior to January 9th that he came up and worked on the car, correct?
Correct.
And you said that my client was with him that time.
Correct.
Do you recall when that was?
It had to be in the summer. I cannot recall the exact date.
But it was summer of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And that was the first time you had seen Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
Did you say anything to him that day?
Yes, we talked. Yes, we talked about me being a member of Zeta and that he had a cousin or somebody that was a Zeta. We all went to O'Reilly's to get some parts or something for the car.
Okay.
Stopped and got something to eat, came back, but it was very mellow, like.
So that summer of 2023, you had a fairly decent conversation with them, correct?
Correct.
And it lasted for a period of time, correct?
Correct.
So on January 9th, when you saw him, you knew who he was?
Correct.
You had recognized him because you had spent time with him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you had the car, and you knew that he was partners with Cordell at the shop, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So on January 9th, approximately when did you have the car towed down to his shop?
I think we had it towed Maybe like the 4th or the 5th.
So it was there from the 4th, okay? And it was the 9th that they brought it back?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know approximately what time the car was brought back?
Had to be before 3:30 p.m.
There was 3.
Well, no. It had to be before 5:30 because my sister got off work at 5:30. So mid-afternoon.
Okay. But you're not sure the exact time?
I'm not sure the exact time.
Was it light or dark outside?
It was still light out.
Okay. And they came up, they pulled the Jaguar in first, the driveway.
Correct.
Right. And then Cordell's car was behind it.
I believe so.
Okay. When they pulled up, did you see them exit the vehicles?
No.
Okay. So you don't know who was driving what?
I don't.
Okay. So at that point they came into the house, correct?
Correct.
And did they all walk in together? Or
Yes.
Okay, so Cordell came in, followed by Jarvis, correct?
I can't tell you the exact. I don't know if Naziah walked in first or if Jarvis walked in first.
Okay. And this young lady. And to be fair, you didn't know who she was, correct?
Not at all.
Do you recall what she was wearing when she came?
I think she had on a jacket. But I can't really.
Don't recall?
No.
So that's a picture of Jarvis Butts. Somebody had asked, wait, Woody said, so we had the prelim and the trial said, so what is it? This is the prelim. This is the preliminary hearing that took place from January 6th to 9th. I've never spoken about this case before, and I've watched quite a bit of this preliminary hearing, but we've never watched it together as a community. So we are deep diving this case for the first time here at Grizzly True Crime, and hopefully this preliminary hearing, we did a case overview before we started with this, and this preliminary hearing for the next 4 days, this deep dive will hopefully prepare us for the trial, which is set for March 7th of 2025. It might be postponed. Cases like this could sometimes be, but you never know. Sometimes it might actually happen then. So if so, and there's cameras and they are going to show it, then we will watch that together.
Okay. Do you recall what any of them had on that day?
Not really.
Okay. So, do you recall, without going into your house, was it dark, light in your house? Were the lights on?
The lights were on.
Okay. And you have a fairly large living room?
Yeah.
Okay. So when they came in, you said that Naziah sat next to the television.
So yeah, like if when you're coming in, there's like a red cabinet type thing. The TV sits on top of it, and then there's a chair right, like a chair sitting right next to it, and that's where she was sitting.
Okay. And when she came in, did she introduce herself?
She did not.
Okay. So she came in, sat down, right?
We offered her to see, like, came in, Cordell said hello. He was doing most of the talking. Jarvis said hello. Said, this is my niece. Then was like, y'all have a seat.
Okay.
Cordell sat on the couch. There's a couch this way, and then a long couch this way.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I was just going to say, I believe that they were both on this couch. Naziah was in the chair, and me and my mom were on the longer couch.
So your mom was there?
Yeah.
Correct. All right. And you all were conversing, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that you weren't conversing with Naziah, correct?
No.
You were conversing with Jarvis. I'm sorry, you were conversing with Cordell.
Cordell and Jarvis about the car and the invoice that they brought.
All right. And you said at some point your son came up and was talking with Naziah?
Correct.
Okay. And how long did this conversation last?
Like all of our conversation?
Right. How long were they there?
Probably between like 30, 45 minutes.
Okay.
Maybe an hour.
And while they were there, you didn't notice anything, and I think you already mentioned this, you didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
Imagine this lady, Talasha, knowing now in hindsight that when she saw Naziah, came over to the house with Jarvis and Cordell, because they brought over a car that they'd worked on, her mother's car, right? And Naziah went into the house and sat down and was watching TV. I mean, she was 13, right? That night, she'd be murdered, according to the charges, right? And what the police believe happened. That is so sad. Lee T, someone in chat said earlier that purple is the color. I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. But we'll have to check over time. I guess especially if family or friends join us here in chat. If anybody is watching, we would love to know what Naziah's favorite color was. Pinky Pops, welcome.
Did you see Jarvis Butts conversing with Naziah Harris?
No.
So they didn't have any conversation?
No.
Okay. And you didn't notice anything awkward or out of the ordinary between the two?
Correct.
Okay.
I didn't notice anything.
So after about an hour, they left?
Correct.
Was it light or dark?
It was still fairly light.
All right. And they got into Cordell's car, correct?
Correct.
You don't remember the scene, I think you've already
No,
said
I
that.
do not.
But was Cordell driving?
Correct.
Okay. So that day you didn't think anything out of the ordinary happened, correct?
Correct.
And at some point you were contacted, correct?
Correct.
When were you contacted?
Well, we were contacted by Cordell the next day because when we paid the invoice, it was $70 short. So we had to get Jarvis's Cash App to send the rest of the money. So that was the last part of the conversation. And then the detectives came, I want to say the end of March.
So the end of March. So
I believe. I don't know the exact day, but it was at least a month or two later.
And it was when the detectives came, is when you found out that the person that was in your house was Naziah Harris, correct?
Correct.
All right. And did they tell you that this person was Naziah Harris?
They asked me if I knew who she was, and they asked me if I knew who Cordell was. They showed me a picture of Mr. Butts. They asked me if I knew who all these people were. And they asked me if I knew her name, and I did not know her name at that time.
Okay. And they told you her name?
Honestly, I don't know.
Okay. And at any point, did you look up why they were there or look up any information about this case?
Yeah, after they left.
After they left?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and what did you look up?
Objection, relevance.
I just want to see where her information came from.
As long as the results of what she looked at.
I want to see the information that she had that go into her testimony.
Go ahead.
There's obviously there's podcasts out that are a bit unfavorable.
It's not obvious. I don't know.
Okay, you don't know.
It wasn't me. When they talk about podcasters out there. Lala Reeves said her brother, Jataria, said her favorite color is pink. Thank you for that. So pink, purple hearts, that would be good if you want to share those. But we don't know for sure. But thank you so much for that information. If any of you have deep dived this case and sort of happened and you have links to, because I know there's like people refer to podcast episodes and TikTok videos and Facebook videos and all sorts of interviews and things. I would like to see that. I approach those with caution because of course there's social media stuff. I know I'm a YouTuber, okay? But I like to stick to the court hearings and the documents as much as possible. But I want to see those. If we could see those, that would be interesting. Okay, so send them to me, grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com. I'll thank you so much.
What did you look up?
I looked up Mr. Butts' oldest record.
Okay.
but I tried to type in his name, I typed in Cordell's name, tried to see if anything came up. At that time, there wasn't anything posted, but I didn't find much, other than his record.
Okay. Just one more. Yeah. No further questions.
Any redirect?
Yeah, very brief. Ms. Moore, Mr. Reagans was just asking you about information that you looked up and things like that. When the police were at your house, though, when the detectives were at your house, first, do you know if those were Detroit police officers?
Yes, Detroit police
Detectives, okay. And you said that they showed you a picture of, in court you said Naziah, right?
Say it one more time.
They showed you a picture of Naziah at that time, correct?
Correct.
Did you identify that picture when the police were there as Naziah Harris? Did you say her name?
No, I said that's the mechanic's niece.
So just to be clear, you identified her as the girl that was at your house
Correct.
with the defendant, Jarvis Butts?
Correct.
Okay. And that was before you had looked up any information?
Correct, because I didn't know anything until the detectives came to the house.
And while Naziah and Jarvis and Cordell were at your house, you said Naziah was sitting next to the TV?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And did Naziah, during that 30 minutes to an hour, ever get up and leave, use the restroom or anything like that?
No.
Oh.
Exploited Innocence says, I would stay away from all the speculation. You see, I don't like to dive too much into the speculation. I want to just look as much as I can, court documents and these. We're looking at the preliminary hearing, okay? So this is what we'll be doing. But if you want to send me, you said who you would recommend, please send me the links to things like that. Here's my email address, grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com. I would really appreciate it. Just send me everything you got, right? There's pictures, TikToks, podcasts, videos that you would recommend in this case, because I would really like to deep dive this as much as possible. And I will take on that task of, going through all the muddy waters and finding as many facts as possible.
And you mentioned earlier that Cordell was on a tether and that's the reason he had to leave, right?
Correct.
Do you know what Cordell's tether hours were at that time? Like what time he had to be back home by?
I don't know.
Okay. How far of a drive is it from Detroit to Ypsilanti?
Probably about 40 minutes.
And what was the reason that Cordell had to leave again?
Because he said he had to be back in the house for his tether.
Okay, so did it seem like he was in a little bit of a rush to get back, or he was cutting it close maybe with that drive, 40 minutes?
No, I think he had whatever he needed to do, and he just wanted to make sure he was in the city on time.
But is it fair to say that he would have left somewhat closer to his cutoff time? If that's the reason he left, or that he said?
Yeah, I object. I think that calls for speculation on her part.
I was going to say, I don't know. I'm sorry.
Do you want to respond?
If she knows, I think it's a close call.
If you know the answer.
I don't. I don't know. I can't say.
Anything else? I have no other further questions.
Okay, you are done testifying.
Thank you.
Watch your step.
Raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Watch your step. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Wolfe.
Thanks, Judge.
You're going to speak to the mic and want you to hold it in your lap.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Tijuana Butts,
All right. And how old are you, Ms. Butts?
46.
And do you know someone named Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
And how is it that you know him?
He's my brother.
Okay.
A shame, and you can see it's just the disappointment in her face. Obviously, her brother, I would assume, right? Obviously. Tijuana Butts, Jarvis's sister, takes the stand. A direct examination the state is asking. Thank you so much. You exploited innocence, and everyone that says you're going to be sending me everything you got. I really appreciate that. Lady in Grey says, has anyone else been charged? Not that I know of, no. No one else has been charged.
How old is Jarvis Butts?
42.
And do you know his birthday?
Yes.
When's his birthday?
November 21st, 1982.
And do you see Jarvis Butts in the courtroom today?
I saw him walking in.
Okay. And can you point to him and tell me the color of the clothing that he's wearing?
He has on, I believe it's dark green shirt. He's sitting behind the lady to the side of you.
And Your Honor, would the record reflect when it says identified the defendant in this case?
So reflected. And just to be clear, you said I saw him walking in. You saw him when you were walking in or when he was walking in?
When I was walking in just now.
Thank you.
And Ms. Butts, where did you know Jarvis to work?
He worked at a shop on Warren and Neff, called Frank's, and then he moved to a shop on Hopper and Connors. I don't know the name of it.
Okay. And Ms. Butts, do you remember talking to Detroit police back on February 26, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the reason that you went and talked to Detroit police?
I had reason to believe that I saw Naziah the day she went missing.
Okay. Tell me about that. What makes you believe that you saw Naziah on the day she went missing?
Where do you want me to start this a lot?
So, from the very beginning, where is it that you think you saw Naziah?
At the shop on Harbor and Connors.
Okay, and whose shop is that?
My brother Jarvis Butts and his partner.
Okay.
Okay, so for those just joining now, I hope you'll check out the beginning of this live stream so that you can just get an overview of the case, or expand the description box so you can read up there. We're looking at the case of Annette Harris, who was 13 years old when she was last seen on January 9th of 2024. And this is Jarvis Butts' sister. You could see a picture of Jarvis Butts next to her there. I just put that there so that you know, because we can't really see him in the courtroom there. He's also wearing a mask in the courtroom because he's a coward, I speculate. So he's accused of murdering Annette Harris. And it is also alleged that Naziah was pregnant. She had told him that she missed a period in September of 2023. And yes, she was only 13. And he had apparently, based on explicit text messages, been grooming her and sexually abusing her since she was 11 years old. And she told him she missed a period. By November, he apparently knew she was pregnant. And he was doing Google searches to try to make that go away, looking up antifreeze and DIY abortions and things like that. So the timeline with these witnesses is very important because they're describing January 9th of 2024, the last time that Naziah was seen alive. Later that night, between 9:30 p.m. and 12:30, would be a.m. then, Jarvis Butts went to a motel. But Naziah was not seen again after that. And then in March, mid-March of 2024, they found some of Naziah's clothing items in a wooded area in Rouge, Detroit. This case takes place in Detroit, Michigan. Okay? Jarvis, yes, he's 42 years old now, and he was 41 years old at the time. And, Naziah was 13 years old. So this is just absolutely horrific. It's a circumstantial evidence case. Sorry to pause with the eyes closed. It's a circumstantial evidence case, but the judge has deemed after this preliminary hearing that we are now deep diving for the next 4 days. This is day one. The judge determined after this that there's enough evidence to take this to trial, and the trial has so far been scheduled for March 7th of 2025. Okay, so that's just a basic overview again. If you're just joining now, please like and share so others can also learn about this case.
What's the reason you were at your brother's shop that day?
Something was wrong with the car that I was driving, and I just needed him to check it out to make sure it was safe for me to drive.
Do you recall about what time did you go to Jarvis's shop that day?
About 4 p.m., give or take a few minutes.
Okay, and around what time did you leave?
Somewhere between 6 and 6:30.
Okay. And what is it that you noticed while you were at the shop?
So, it's a car, like garage. So I was sitting outside of the shop in my car because they were working on another car on the inside. As I sat there for the time that I was there, I kept seeing a little girl get in and out of his truck, going to the gas station and going back to his car.
Okay, so I'm going to stop you right there. Whose car are we talking about?
My brother.
Okay, and what kind of car was it?
Believe a Cadillac Escalade.
Okay. Do you remember what color?
Kind of like a pearl white, off white cream color.
Okay, and you said you described this as a like a 2 garage shop?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to approach with people's Exhibit 7.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Butts, do you recognize what is it we're looking at in People's Exhibit 7?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
That is the shop.
Okay.
Right in the middle.
And where at were you parked when you saw someone getting in and out of Jarvis's truck?
In front of the car doors of the garage right here.
Okay.
I was parked facing, I don't know what direction it is, but going towards Gratiot. I was like in front, but outside.
Okay, so you were kind of parked parallel with the road?
Yes.
Okay. Can you draw a T where your truck was?
My car?
Yeah, your car was.
Can I?
Yes. And then put an arrow the way you were facing. And where is it where that Jarvis's truck was? Just put a J where Jarvis's truck was. And what way was his truck facing?
It was facing my direction, so the front was
towards you. Okay, so put an arrow for that direction. Okay. Now, do you get a look at this little girl that you see getting in and out of his car?
I saw her as she was walking. I never saw her face.
Did you see any clothing?
I did.
Okay. Did anything about the clothing stick out to you or that you remember?
I just remember her having on a colorful jacket.
Okay. And what door, which side do you remember seeing her getting in and out of Jarvis's truck? Or did it change?
I don't really remember.
Okay, that's okay. So you said you mostly remember a jacket, a colorful jacket.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you what's marked as People's Exhibit 2, which is already admitted, and People's Proposed Exhibit 10. You understand my approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Handing you what's marked as People's Exhibits 2 and 10. Okay. Do you recognize anything in those photos?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
What is it that you recognize?
Right here, this jacket.
And for the record, you're pointing up in channel 1, and you recognize this like pink colorful jacket?
Yes.
Okay. And that's in People's Exhibit 10? Your Honor, I would move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 10 as Exhibit 10. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the jacket that you saw that day?
Yes.
I move for the proposed People's Exhibit 10.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, it'll be admitted as People's Exhibit 10.
Okay. And in People's 2, is that also, where is the, what you recognize as People's Exhibit 2?
It looks like channel 2 here, maybe.
Okay, facing the back?
Yeah.
Okay. And
It looks like it could be, what, surveillance images from a school bus, it looked like. Naziah was last seen wearing a white sweater with a black jacket over it, a colorful Rugrats puffy jacket with a fur-lined hood, and light blue jeans, Nike shoes, and clear framed glasses. And she had her hair in 2 braided puffballs, so it could maybe be that jacket that this witness saw Naziah in at the auto repair shop. And she said she was there at around 4 p.m. that day, and she left at around between 6 and 6:30 p.m. So if you're following along, the timeline is getting more detailed as we go.
you recognize the jacket in this photo too, right? Yes.
It's a little blurry, but it looks the same.
Okay. And what about in channel 1 of Exhibit 2?
From the shop, I mean, we can only, how do you know? We can only like get a peek of it. Maybe from the rest of it, right? You said they're showing pictures from the shop. Okay, thank you so much. So she had seen Naziah, who she believes is was Naziah with Jarvis Butts that day.
It would be this one right here.
Okay, and it's fair to say that's the back of a jacket? It seems to be the back of a jacket? Okay, thank you. And you said that you saw this little girl with this jacket on getting in and out and going into the gas station?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know who this little girl was at the time?
No.
Okay. Is there a time that you ever get out of your car?
Yes.
And what do you do?
I needed to use the restroom, so I asked his partner if I could use the restroom. He told me to go and tell him in the gas station. And as I was walking towards the gas station, she was walking in front of me going into the gas station.
Okay. So about how far in front of you was she?
I would say maybe where the gentleman in the gray blazer is behind you. Maybe a little bit further, I'm not really sure about that distance.
From where you are to him?
Yeah.
Okay. And boy, I'm really bad at estimates.
20, 25 feet?
I would agree with about 20, 25 feet. And you said you never got a chance to see this little girl's face?
No.
Was there anything else about her that you can remember?
I just remember her being kind of small, like outside of just seeing her get in and out of the car. When I was walking towards her, I was like, she's tiny, and I just remembered the coat.
Okay. Tiny, like in what way? Like tiny, skinny, short?
Kind of skinny and short.
Okay. And did you ever ask Jarvis who the little girl was?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
He told me, and I can't remember if it was this exact word, or he said it's my partner's niece, or he said it was King's niece.
Okay, but you knew who he was referring to?
Yes.
Okay. Did you think anything of it at the time?
No.
Okay. And
let me quickly pause. So Blue Eye said, didn't this guy have children with 2 sisters? That's what I've heard as well. He had a total of 13 children, 5 with Shannon Harris, which was Naziah's aunt, and then also more children with Latrecia Johnson, Shannon's sister. So he had children with 2 sisters, allegedly, and a total of 13 that they know of. I mean, there could be more out there, which is very scary to think about. Also, a lot of people are asking, like, for example, earlier, Letterrose by Betteros said, I'm assuming he's on the SO list. Yes, and the people that dated him, like the people that were living in the house at the time where Naziah was living, knew that They knew he was a S offender. I'm trying to censor a little bit for YouTube. So I think that's why the grandmother said that, he never comes into the house, just quickly to use the bathroom, whatever, sort of downplaying it, which is what the judge was calling the grandmother out for, from what we heard earlier. I played just the last portion of the final day of this preliminary hearing, just so that you can see that this case is going to trial, right? Before we started this day one. Southern California says, I need a diagram, please. Me too, please. I need one. We're figuring it out as we go along. For now, it's a mental diagram, okay?
What is it that made you think something? Was there a time where you thought something different?
Yes.
Okay, and what is it that made you think something different?
I received phone call, a video call from one of his kids' mom, and she told me about some things that happened on Valentine's Day, and then she sent me a video of a podcast about my brother.
Okay. And what did you do as a result of receiving those things?
I called Shannon and I asked her for Sergeant Jones' phone number.
Okay. And who's the Shannon that you called?
His kid's mom.
Shannon Harris?
Yes.
Okay. Do you do anything before you go and talk to Sergeant Jones?
Yes.
Okay. What is it that you do?
Okay, so after having a conversation with Shannon Harris and his other kid's mom, I was informed that his partner King, I guess something happened where the...
Objection, this is hearsay.
There's not a statement yet, Judge.
Being informed.
I'm not sure what she's even about to say.
Okay, just to the extent that it's informed of someone else's statement.
You might have to object in a couple moments.
You need to speak up.
If you could stand up
Please.
and make your objection.
Yes, just objecting to the fact that she was informed of something. It appears this might be hearsay, but we'll see. Yeah.
Could you finish what you were saying? I don't know where you were going with this.
I'm trying to remember where I left. Okay, so after talking to Shannon Harris and his other kid's mom, I was informed of some things that had taken place I think Valentine's Day, so they told me that his partner King...
Okay, so at this point, this is hearsay. They told me, and the lack of personal knowledge to the things that she was informed of.
Can I finish?
1 second. What is an objection here?
I'm sorry.
The witness has to stop talking.
I like that. Can I finish? Not right now, because there's an objection. They don't want you to say the rest, but we would like to hear it. Mm-hmm.
So, based on those, do you go and talk to someone else?
Yes.
Okay. Who do you go and talk to?
His partner, King.
Okay. And where is it that you go and talk to King at?
At the shop on Harbor Encounters.
Okay. And without telling me what King said, kind of describe what was your conversation about?
Well, I went to see what happened and what was going on. During that time, I told him that I had never seen any little girl at my brother's shop besides my nieces, outside of the little girl that I saw getting out of his truck that day.
Okay.
And you told this to who?
King.
Okay.
And who is King again?
His business partner.
Okay, and do you know his government name?
I believe it's Cordell or something like that. I just always call him King.
Okay. So
that was Cordell Wright. I think we're going to see him testify today.
So you went and told him that you hadn't seen anyone out at the shop besides your nieces and then the one little girl you saw that one day?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask him about that little girl?
Well, I didn't ask him about it. After I said that to him, he told me.
Objection, Your Honor, this is going to be hearsay again.
Judge, it's going to go to the effect of on the listener.
There could be an exception. I don't know what she's saying. So you might as well just stay standing up. Go ahead, say what you're going to say.
After I mentioned to him that I had only saw my nieces and one particular little girl, he then told me that that was Naziah that I saw that day and I was there.
So not only does she think she saw Naziah that day in the shop on January 9th of 2024, but then she went to go speak to King, who's known as Cordell Wright, that's his name, Jarvis's business partner. They owned an auto repair shop, right? And so Tijuana, Jarvis's sister, went to go tell King, I haven't seen anyone else besides my nieces here. So who was the other little girl? And then King told her, well, that was Naziah. Okay.
So I would object then, given now that she has testified to that it is hearsay, that it is being introduced for the truth.
And Judge, I would say that it's actually a statement of identification.
So this is not an identification that she personally made, she's just being told.
I mean, she saw Naziah that day, so it's...
She didn't know who it was. I mean, she had no idea who this was. That's not her identification.
So it is hearsay.
Okay. So, without saying what King said, were you informed of anything about a little girl that you saw on January 9th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, Jarvis had told you that that was King's niece?
Yes.
Okay. And
But
when you...
Jarvis had told his own sister that Naziah was his business partner's niece. Damn! So what we're learning is with the previous witness we saw, when they were at her house, then Jarvis said, that's his niece. And now he's telling his own sister, that's his niece. You know, like as in court, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to point at her. That's my business partner's niece. Wow, he really uses that distancing language, huh? Meanwhile, to think what he was actually doing to Naziah, allegedly, based on text message evidence that they have. And I mean, they've also charged him with, just hold on one second, I want to show you this again quickly. Okay, well, this is what we went over in the beginning. I just want to go to the charges here quickly. Jarvis Butts, there. He's been charged, he was arrested on September 27th of 2024, charged with first-degree murder, child SA commercial activity, second-degree criminal sexual conduct, and criminal sexual conduct as well. So, oh my goodness. Yeah, this is a terrible, can't even say person, creature. Can you imagine? But to say, oh, it's his niece. Oh yeah, that's my niece. Wow, okay.
You talked to King, did you have reason to not believe what Jarvis told you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know your nieces from Jarvis? Sorry. That is a poorly worded question. I am sorry. If that was your niece, would you have recognized her that day?
Yes.
Okay. And you did not recognize this little girl as your niece, did you?
No.
Okay. What is it that you did after speaking with King that day?
I called Shannon Harris and I asked her for Sergeant Jones' phone number.
Okay. And did you eventually talk to Sergeant Jones?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry about that. What day was it that you went to the shop and saw the little girl?
Can I ask you a question? I didn't remember the exact day at that time.
Okay. What is it that makes you believe that it was Latrecia Harris that you saw on that day?
I'm not quite sure how to answer what you're asking me. Like,
That may be a poorly worded question. I'm sorry. Can I just have 1 second, Judge?
Yes.
Ms. Butts, did you come to learn of the day that you had gone to Jarvis's shop by going through the locations on your phone?
yes,
Okay. And that's the day that you don't remember off the top of your head right now, but it is revealed in your phone locations?
yes.
Okay. Let's see here. One second, Judge. Get her finder.
Sorry for the fluff, everyone. Shame, this is difficult for her. Imagine realizing what your brother did. And he might have a lot of, well, he probably really has a lot of child victims. Yes.
When is it that you went through your phone locations to determine the date? Oh, I'm sorry, do you need a moment?
I believe it's February, I think the 24th or the 26th. I can't remember the exact date.
Okay, that's when you would have went through your phone to find those?
Yes.
Okay, and did you also go through that in your interview with Sergeant Jones?
Yes.
Okay. And did you give Sergeant Jones permission to look at your location data?
Yes.
Okay. And your phone kind of extraction in general? Like to go through your phone for the data?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing else, Judge.
Thanks, Chris. Good afternoon. So you go to the shop where your brother works periodically, right?
From time to time, yes.
You've been there prior to the day we've been talking about today?
Yes.
A couple times at least?
Yes.
And you'd been back there after?
Yes.
But the day we've been talking about, that's the only time you ever saw a child there?
That was the only time I saw a child I didn't recognize.
Okay, so you had seen other children there before?
Yes.
Okay. When you say that you recognize, these are who exactly?
My nieces.
And when you first arrived at the shop that day, Jarvis told you that he wasn't going to be able to work on your car?
No.
No? Did you ask him if he'd be able to?
Judge, I think this calls for hearsay. They can't admit statements of the defendant.
That's the state objecting for hearsay. Eric Hudson, thank you so much. You said, I'll tell everyone I meet about the channel. Gee, thank you so much. And you asked, have we done a recap already? At the beginning of this live stream, there's a full recap. Now, I did get a case summary document, which is where I got these charges that I listed here. He was arrested September 27th of 2024, first degree murder, and all of that we just went over. But I think the SA commercial activity, I think that could be, I don't know. I'm going to double check on that if that's part of this case. I thought it was, but when I double check on my research now, he's been charged with the following offenses, okay? First degree premeditated murder in connection with the disappearance and presumed death of Latrecia Harris, who was only 13 years old. Second degree criminal sexual conduct for the SA of Latrecia Harris. Child SA activity, that's what they still say, related to the abuse. So I think it is related to this case, and I think it was part of the press release. I will double check on that and get back to you, but either way, it's frightening what this guy got up to, right? Esme, thank you so much. Okay, so it's cross-examination that we're listening to here now.
I'm looking more so for her own statement, actually. Let's start with her own statement. Okay. Did you ask him right away if he would be able to work on your car?
I talked to him prior to coming to the shop.
Before you arrived, you asked if he could work on your car that day?
I asked him to look at my car that day.
Okay. Did you arrive at the shop with the understanding that he would or would not be able to?
I arrived at the shop knowing that he was going to look at my car.
Okay. One moment. And was that via text or call or some other way?
Probably a video call.
Okay, so a video call a little bit before you headed over?
Earlier in the day, maybe. Okay. I'm not sure exactly what time.
Okay, so that's how you decided that you'd go over later?
He told me I could come.
Judge, this is kind of all calling for hearsay in a backdoor way.
The response is hearsay. Not that you necessarily asked for it, but it is hearsay.
Sure, we can keep it just her own. So to be clear, we don't need to talk about what he said to you, but you did a video call to him. And in that call, you asked if he could work on your car.
You keep saying work on my car. I said look at my car.
Okay, look at your car. But you asked him personally in a video call?
Yes.
Okay. And that was maybe that morning?
I don't remember what time of day it was, but it was before I went to him.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And as you were saying, this day, I think you said you saw some other children there at other times, but this particular child, you only ever saw this child on this particular day?
Yes.
And the whole time you were there, from your testimony and from that police interview, you said that you never saw her face?
Yes.
And then you did also see some news stories about this case?
Yes.
Yeah, in the podcast that you talked about. Right, there were some podcasts.
I had already saw her on the news, but I did not know who she was.
Sure, but that was, by seeing those stories, that's how you started to think.
Well, I was sent the podcast after some other things that was told to me. That's when I received the podcast.
So initially, between the day you were at the shop, right, and then until you started to see that news, at first you didn't make this connection that maybe she was anyone in particular?
Not at all.
Okay. And then through seeing that news, those podcasts, that's when you started to think she was?
That's not the reason why I thought that.
No, but that's the timing, or it's not?
I guess you could say that.
That's when you started to, at least when you saw those things, that's when you started to wonder.
I was wondering before I saw the podcast.
Okay. In your police interview that you did, did you tell them that at first when you saw the news you didn't really make a connection because of not having seen her face?
Yes.
Okay. So that interview was on February 26, 2024, right?
Yes.
And you were having some trouble remembering some of the specific details from January 9th at that point?
Not so much as remembering maybe the order I remembered it in.
Okay. Were there some times, at least though, when you were asked some questions and some details that you had to say, I can't remember some things?
I can't remember now.
Okay. And would you agree that at least
Like,
when
it didn't have been that.
Okay. I was just
probably did. I guess it would be safe to say because I didn't know.
Okay, so you think it's safe to say that at that point in time there are at least some details you were having a hard time, some questions you couldn't answer?
I can't disagree.
Okay. And it was pretty close in time, shortly before that police interview, that was when you first started to think that maybe this girl you'd seen at the shop had been Annette Harris.
Can you repeat that?
So the first time you started to think that maybe that child, the one you saw, maybe that was Annette Harris, that was pretty close in time to the police interview.
Maybe about a week or so before.
Okay. I believe, does it sound right to you that I think you told the police that it was on the Thursday prior to the interview?
Whatever the Thursday was after Valentine's Day.
Okay. So probably February 22nd. That was the Thursday prior to your interview.
Okay.
And then when you were at the shop, you primarily saw this child while she was inside a truck, right?
I didn't know it was a child in the truck until she kept getting out.
Okay, but when you saw her, she was in a truck?
I saw her getting out the truck, yes.
And were you inside your vehicle?
Yes.
You arrived in the daylight, right?
Yes.
And that's, I think, what you're referring to, right? Initially, that's when you didn't yet know somebody was in the truck.
Can you say that again?
So at the beginning, when you first got there, right, you didn't know right away that somebody was in the truck?
No, I didn't.
I think you had said before, because it was so light outside, it was a bit difficult to see into the truck?
I wasn't really paying attention to his truck. He was outside of it.
Sure. And then in your police interview, you referred to then seeing a light in the truck, and that's when you started to see somebody?
Yeah, that's when the door opened.
Oh, shame. Obviously, the defense is trying to distance their client from being anywhere near Naziah that day, right? There's like multiple witnesses that saw her that day. But the one we just heard before, this Talasha Moore, I mean, didn't know Naziah and didn't know her name at the time. So she's looking at her like, what? You know, I think that's what the defense is trying to do. Trying to imply, like, oh, so you heard about it from podcasts, huh? Then you tried to say that it was Naziah when it really wasn't. But Cordell told her that it was. So let's keep going. After this, when there's a little break, then I'm going to read you the press release so we can refresh our recollection there, because there's lots of people joining now, and maybe we'll do some map time and then we'll watch the rest of this day one.
Okay, so there's a light turned on and at the same time a door opened?
That's the reason the light was on.
Okay, because the truck door was open. Yes?
Sure.
And you said that you saw a couple different times her go back and forth to the gas station?
Yes.
And only one of those different times you were on your way to the gas station as well?
Yes.
But for that whole time, she remained in front of you?
When I was going into the gas station, she was in front of me. When I walked into the gas station, she went to the left, I went straight, and over to the right.
For that walk over to the gas station, was it getting dark at that point?
It was already dark.
Okay. And while she was in the truck, you were not sure exactly which part of the truck this was?
I can't remember, no.
Okay. So you understood initially that when you arrived, you'd probably have to wait at the shop sometime?
Yes.
I think you referred to just one other car he worked on first. Is that all there was before you?
It was actually another vehicle out there, but I don't pay my brother to work on my car, so I had to wait until he was done making his money.
Sure.
So I waited.
Sure. So do you know how many cars he worked on before he got to you?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know if there were any other customers present in person?
I did see someone, I can't remember what kind of car they was in, but it was, I believe, a gentleman that needed to pull into the garage because Jarvis asked me to move my car out the way because I was blocking the garage, so yes.
Was this someone you recognized at all?
No.
So in total, other than Jarvis, or who you referred to as King, was there anyone present that you recognized that day?
No, just King and my brother.
So as you said, the sun set while you were there. Do you know about how long it was light out before it got dark?
Well, I got there about 4 o'clock. It didn't take long for it to get dark. I don't remember the exact time, but it got dark pretty fast.
Okay, and then other than when you went to the gas station, were you always at the shop?
What do you mean?
So did you go anywhere else?
No, I never left. All I did was move my car when he asked me to move my car, and once the driveway was clear, I backed back where I was. I didn't go anywhere else.
Okay. And when you were present, not going to the gas station, were you always inside your vehicle?
Yes.
Were your doors open or closed?
Closed.
Okay, and were your windows up or down?
They were up unless I asked him something.
Okay, so sometimes if you needed to communicate, you just open the window?
Or I would call him, yeah. Yes.
And you were saying today that at one point you did speak to Jarvis about who this girl was?
Yes.
And when you were talking to the police about this, you had said that you weren't sure exactly what his response was?
What I said was I wasn't sure of the wording.
Sure, that's what I mean. That
Okay.
You told the police, right, that it might have been King's niece, or maybe he said it's my homeboy's niece?
He said it was his partner or King's niece, but he definitely said it was someone else's niece.
Okay, I think, does it sound right to you that you used the term homeboy's niece with the police?
I probably did.
Okay.
It's all the same to me.
And then that's what you continued to think at first, right? At first you just believed that it was someone else's niece.
Yeah.
Specifically, you thought it was probably King's niece.
That's what I was told.
Which I think as we established, right, King is the same person as Cordell, right?
Yes.
And then after that, you would listen to some of these podcasts and to the news.
I listened to his kid's mother, and then I watched the podcast.
Okay, so those are some things that happened, both.
Yes.
And then once you started to have this different information you were gathering, then you kind of started to look into it for yourself.
Yes.
Do some of your own investigation.
Yes.
And then at one point following that, that's when you decided to go back to the shop?
Yes.
To speak to Cordell?
Yes.
And to discuss some of these things you've been learning with him?
Yes.
You and Jarvis are not particularly close.
I wouldn't say that we're really distant. I don't see him every day. I don't talk to him every day, but he's my brother.
Okay. He's your brother, but you don't have a very close relationship, or?
Shame.
He's my brother.
Exactly. I like that answer. So you're not very close. He's my brother. I wouldn't say we're distant. Ah, so he's your brother, but you're not like very close to him, right? He's my brother. Shape.
What about with his children? Are you close with his children?
Some of the ones that I know.
So he has 13 kids, right?
I have no idea.
Do you have an idea of around how many kids he has?
A lot.
Okay. Do some of them live with different mothers?
Yes.
And you don't spend time with all of them?
No.
So which ones do you know?
I don't want to say their names. They're minors.
Now there we know that she's a grizzly. Protecting the minors. I don't want to say their names. They're minors. Like, list all the kids you know. No. I'm not going to do that, she says.
Okay.
And I don't want to disclose their identity.
Could you just give like a number instead? How many do you know?
I'm counting.
She's like, I'm counting.
About 8.
So when you say 8 that you know, does that mean 8 that you have like personal contact with?
I have.
Okay. When is the last time that you've seen any of them?
Maybe about 2 months ago.
Were you and Jarvis raised by your grandmother?
For the most part.
And were there some events surrounding her death that related to your relationship with Jarvis that impacted some things?
No.
Oh, she's shaking her head now.
I have no further questions.
It's like, no. I really like this lady. She's very snarky. Protective of minors. She's a grizzly. She was doing her own investigation. Eventually, like, what the hell is going on here? I don't believe my brother. I'm going to start asking questions. And here she is, testifying. Right? I like her.
Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Yes, Judge.
Oh.
Ms. Butts, you said that there was another reason, there was a different reason that you thought that it was Messiah that you had saw that day. When you were starting to compile, or when you talked to Shannon Harris, and then you got the podcast, before that you said there was other reasons why you had thought that was Messiah.
So, am I?
Yes.
Can I speak for
What is
okay,
that? Yes.
So, at the time, I didn't know. Once I realized that it was a possibility that I saw her, there were several reasons that led me to believe that it was a possibility I was there. And I didn't want to get into detail as far as what I knew before the podcast. But if you would like, I would explain to you why I thought these things.
Your Honor,
It's up to you.
can we approach?
Yes. We'll be right back. Go in the hallway.
Damn, when they approach, they leave the room. Okay, now in this little break, I quickly want to show you this, which is where those charges are from. They are actually charges related to this case, I think. Look at this. Hold on. Thank you to Grizzly Cat for sending me this summary. Oh my word. Jarvis Butts. I'm just going to move myself over here. The 3rd Judicial Circuit of Michigan Criminal Case Records. Search results. Look at all these charges this guy has. And the ones at the bottom there are from 2024 And let me just quickly check here. 2024 and 2025. So at the bottom, go to the bottom right, okay? It says homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. That's related to Naziah's case, as well as child SA commercial activity. Criminal sexual conduct, second degree. Person, don't know what that is. And then criminal sexual conduct, second offense notice. Okay, yeah. You guys are like, Grizzly Cat, thank you, Grizzly Cat, for the summary. It really helps to see it like this. I have seen the press release and another case summary. This shows us a lot of things because he is a serial... YouTube hates that word as well. I'm sharing it for educational purposes. Predator. So look at that. Weapons, carrying concealed, controlled substance, possession of MJ, weapons, carrying concealed. That was from 2003. And then 2005, more weapons charges. 2023, more of them as well. And then 2024, criminal sexual conduct, many charges there as well. He had apparently given a 4-year-old child an STD. Like, this guy is really, he's the worst. He's the worst, okay? There's so much that he was already charged with. He was a registered SO. And these new ladies that had kids with him, they knew about it. Like Naziah's aunt and her sister, they knew about it. They apparently, just from, this is now a rumor, okay? Social media rumor. Take it with a grain of salt. But they apparently laughed when people warned them, you can't just let an SO be around your kids. And they would just laugh it off. Like, no, man, everything's fine. They'll be fine. But like, look at it now. A child has died. An 11-year-old was groomed in SA that was in the home that Jarvis visited. And then she got pregnant and then she was allegedly murdered. I mean, they've never found her body. It's ridiculous. It's so much, right? Okay, now what I want to do is just quickly, before we continue on with this witness, I just want to do some map time. We are at 1 hour 40. Okay, wait. So I just want to say that so that we know. And I also want to get this address quickly. Wait. This is where Cornwall Street and 3 Mile Drive. That's where she was last seen getting into a school bus, I think it was. So hold on one second. I don't actually have the name of the auto shop. That would help too. We'll add to the map time over time, okay? But let's quickly do some map time. So do I even have this? I don't even have the song ready. I'm so sorry. I reset things because I got a new microphone. I have to add the map time song. Guys, please forgive me. It'll be back tomorrow. Okay, so we're just going to put the map up without the song. So let me just see. They went from this Cornwall Street is the first point. Cornwall Street. Wait. There? Okay. So we're in Michigan. Detroit, Michigan. Let's just try to zoom in here. So that's where Naziah's clothing items were found. Cornwall Street, there we go. Okay, so this Cornwall Street and 3 Mile Drive is apparently where Naziah was last seen. Yeah, Rich Auntie says the auto shop was next to a sit-go. Oh, thank you so much. If someone has the address of that, that'll help as well. Kathleen said this is a preliminary hearing, not a trial yet. Yes, thank you for reminding everyone as well. Yeah, this is so unacceptable to not have the map time song. I feel like uncomfortable. Where's our map time song? Don't worry, we'll have it back soon. Thank you for singing it for me, Just a Crazy Jen. First time. Okay, so Cornwall Street and 3 Mile Drive is apparently where Naziah was last seen. Then, that evening, Jarvis Butts went to the, is it called the Park Crest Inn? He went to, yeah, the Park Crest Inn, a motel over here. I would assume with Naziah. Don't they have surveillance from there? You know? They said, yes, there was surveillance footage related to research. Jarvis Butts at the motel. According to reports, Butts checked into the Park Crest Motel in Harper Woods on January 9th of 2024 at 9:30 p.m., which was confirmed by a receipt and his phone's location data placing him at that location. Although the specifics of whether this includes direct video surveillance of him entering or leaving the motel are not detailed in the provided information. The combination of the receipt, the phone records, and the context of the investigation strongly suggests that there was surveillance or tracking evidence. So it sounds more like tracking evidence, because I was wondering, wouldn't they have video evidence of him there, and wouldn't they see that Naziah was there last, you know? So Parkcrest Inn is where he then went, and eventually it was in this area, which is quite far away. Let's just see how far these points are apart. They're about 30 miles apart, all these points, right? So along this area called 7 Mile and Berg in Detroit, Michigan, is where you could see here's the Rouge River. And they talked about a big parking space, so I would assume they're talking about this one. I'm just looking at this car wash as well. So around here, there's an embankment you can go down, which might be this one, for all we know, where Naziah's clothing items were found, which was that pink like jumpsuit and a Nike shoe and a black hoodie. And we will hear DNA evidence of that as well throughout this preliminary examination. Okay, so the chosen one, are you saying the address of the auto shop? I want to put it in and see. Is that so? Let's put this in the map and see. Oh, so this one, wait, the chosen one, is that where his auto shop is? Is that so? It's public record, everyone. Public record, all right? I'm not sharing anything that I can't share. It's part of a criminal case. Oh, Citgo, like that. Okay, the gas station that they mentioned as well. I see. And then if we go here, there we go. We just saw a photo like that. Thank you so much, the chosen one. Thank you, I really appreciate that. Okay, so now we've got another point on the map. So this is where Tijuana Butts, Jarvis's sister, saw who she believes to be Naziah that day, January 9th of 2024, between 4 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. Okay, so I hope that was a little bit helpful. All right, and now what we're going to do is we're going to bring the video back up and we're going to continue with where we left off. So here we go. Wait, let's put the sound back on.
Okay, we are back on the record. Ms. Butts, you are still under oath. Ms. Ripley, go right ahead.
Thank you. So, Ms. Butts, what's the sources of these reasons that you have? Are these things that you know from your personal knowledge? Are these things that you observe yourself?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Repeat that.
So,
also, let me mention that, as you know, I defluff for you, which means I chop out long breaks, pauses, you know, if there's coffee breaks or things like that during trials. This is obviously a preliminary hearing. And when they said, Your Honor, okay, we approach, and they all left the room so they can discuss, you know, this matter away from the cameras and all that, then they just showed this courtroom with Tijuana still sitting there and Jarvis Butts in the room, and then Tijuana was looking at her brother and she started crying. So I will link the source. It's actually a local news channel, Fox 2 Detroit, that covered this preliminary hearing. I'm going to link every day's, the source footage for you in the description box if you just want to see that part there. Because Jarvis started crying too. And that's always interesting to see when the defendant's family members start breaking down. Sometimes they do as well. Emily Outdoor says, one of the saddest things for me about these cases, Maddie, Quentin, and this, is how little the adults in their lives cared. Strangers on the internet care more than their own trusted adults. That is very sad. Thank you so much for your sticker. Yes.
These reasons that you were thinking of, what are the sources of them? Is it somebody told you something? Is it something that you saw yourself, you observed, or a coupling of that?
I would say a bit of both.
Okay.
Things that I was told and things that I heard.
Okay. Were there heard from Jarvis?
No.
Okay. Were these things that you had already known prior?
Prior
to thinking that was Naziah that you saw?
I'm sorry, I'm confused on the question.
So are these things, the sources that you have for these reasons, are they like things that you have personal knowledge of, or are they things that somebody told you about?
these were things that I was told. I'm trying to understand the question that you're asking me.
Ms. Ripley, you're referring to the question before we went into sidebar about her leading up to believing that it was possibly Annette Harris at the shop, correct?
Yes.
Does that help clarify
Okay.
the line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so those reasons, those things, are those things that you had known before? Are they based on your observations, or?
Well, these were things that I was told, and after asking the questions that I needed to ask, I came up with the conclusion that it was a possibility that Annette was the little girl that I saw that day.
Okay, thank you. You said that when you were parked at Jarvis's shop that it was getting dark out.
Yes.
Okay. That darkness, is that maybe the reason why the color on the jacket stood out?
Well, the jacket didn't stand out until I was walking into the gas station behind her, because I wasn't really paying attention to what she had on. I just kept seeing her get in and out of the truck, going in the gas station and coming back to the truck, and that's what caught my attention.
Okay, so the movement is what attracted you to it at first?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing for the judge. Nothing further.
Okay, Ms. Butts, you are done testifying. Watch your step coming out of the witness box, okay?
Shame.
Speaking to this mic.
Okay, now I just want to show you something as well, which is this one, which I told you I would, and no one reminded me. I said I would read you the press release, right? So let's quickly have a look at that. Let me just zoom in a little bit more for you. Hold on one second. Okay, so for those of you who are new here, we went over, I got a lot of information for my presentation from this, okay? So we're just going to go over this press release from the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office. This was released September 27th of 2024. Charges issued in the homicide of Annette Harris. So it started off as a missing teenager, because she was 13 years old, and then became a homicide investigation. They said today, this was September 27th of 2024, Jarvis Ramon Butts, aka Jairus Ramon Butts, 41, of Detroit, has been charged with the homicide of Annette Harris, who was 13 years old, also of Detroit, at the time of her disappearance on January 9th of 2024. The body of Annette has not been found. This is only 3 pages long. We won't be long here, but at least you'll be refreshed, especially if you only joined the stream late today. The Detroit Police Department conducted a comprehensive investigation, which included witness statements, surveillance video, numerous documents, phone extractions, police reports, and medical records. The Wayne County Prosecutor's Office reviewed 111 gigabytes of video, 506 gigabytes of phone extractions, and 19 gigabytes of documents. The overwhelming evidence in this case leads to the tragic conclusion that Annette was murdered by defendant Butts. Summary of the case. On January 9th of 2024, Annette went missing. She was reported missing on that date by Annette Harris, her adoptive mother, who is her biological grandmother, when she did not come home from school. She had never gone missing from school before. The Detroit Public Schools Police Department investigated the case early February of 2024, when it was turned over to the Detroit Police Department's Missing Persons or Homicide Unit. January 9th of 2024, Annette took the school bus. Well, she took the school bus to school. She had her hair in 2 braided puff balls. This is this picture that she took at school that day. Clear frame glasses, a white sweater with a black jacket over it, a colorful Rugrats puffy jacket with a fur-lined hood, with light blue jeans and Nike shoes. There's a video of Annette getting on the school bus. Annette used a DPS-issued tablet that she used to communicate and communicated with an app. She took one last picture of herself on the tablet. See photo attached, which is this one. Using her tablet, she sent a message to a device associated with Butts, indicating that they would be meeting up after she got out of school that day. There is video of her getting out of school at the end of the day in the same clothes. She meets up with Butts and a co-worker and goes back to their auto repair shop on Connor in Detroit. Neziah is seen by Butts' sister at the shop, and we just saw his sister testify. Butts, the co-worker, and Neziah were together in the co-worker's car when they went to Ypsilanti and then, I hope I'm saying that right, and then returned to the shop on Connor. Butts' phone places him at these locations. At 9:30 p.m. to 12:20 a.m. it would be, Butts checked into a motel. There's a receipt confirming this, as well as his phone placing him at that location. Neziah is never seen again after January 9th of 2024. More complete facts and evidence in the case will be introduced on the record in court. Butts' inappropriate relationship with Neziah prior to January 9th of 2024. The DPD investigation revealed that Jarvis Butts was well known to Neziah because he's the father of children with Neziah's biological aunt. It is alleged that Butts sent Neziah multiple texts of a sexually explicit nature beginning in September of 2022 when she was 11. In return, she sent him sexually explicit photographs of herself. It is alleged that in September of 2023, she texted Butts that she has not had her period, and in November of 2023, the evidence shows that Butts knows that she is pregnant. His phone records show that he searches online about abortions, abortion pills, and drinking red antifreeze. On January 10th of 2024, it is alleged that Butts was in the Rouge River area in Detroit. We just looked at that on the map as well. The clothing Neziah was last seen wearing was found in this same area. But it doesn't match how they describe the clothing she was last seen wearing, except for the hoodie. That hoodie was found there, but there was also that pink jumpsuit and the Nike shoes as well. More complete facts and evidence in the case will be introduced on the record in court. Factors supporting that Neziah is deceased. Neziah's school records show no previous record of unexcused or unexplained absences. She was active on social media before January 9th of 2024. There's no new activity after January 9th of 2024. She has had no contact with any family or friends since January of 2024. She did not have any medical issues that would cause a life-threatening medical emergency. An area known to Butts near the Rouge River, around 7 Mile and Berg Road in Detroit, was searched by DPD, the Michigan State Police, the FBI, and the U.S. Marshals and other law enforcement agencies. As a result, clothing was found and identified that is consistent with the clothing Neziah was wearing on the day she went missing. There was damage to a piece of the found clothing that could indicate a struggle. More complete facts and evidence in the case will be introduced on the record in court. Charges for Jarvis Ramon Butts, aka Jarvis Ramon Butts. Butts has been charged with first-degree premeditated murder, maximum penalty life in prison without parole, child SA activity, maximum penalty 20 years, and criminal sexual conduct, second degree, person under 13, defendant 17 or older, maximum penalty 15 years. The statement of prosecutor Kim Worthy. The evidence in this case will clearly show that the defendant's alleged actions were beyond predatory. They were vulturous. He groomed and preyed upon Neziah with expertise. We will prove that he killed young Neziah after he found out that she was pregnant at 13 with his child, said prosecutor Kim Worthy. Arraignment information. Defendant Butts was remanded to jail. The next probable cause conference was on October 4th of 2024, and the prelim examination was set for October 10th, but it actually ended up happening January 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, and we are busy watching the January 6th, day one of the preliminary hearing today. And this was before Judge Aliyah Sabree. So they said, please request a photograph of the defendant from the Detroit Police Department, which we'd already seen earlier today. Right, I showed you the picture of that as well. So then we were looking in the previous break at all of these charges. I'm going to put it like this so that you could see. My goodness. And these ones at the bottom are from 2024 and 2025. Homicide, murder, first degree, premeditated, child, SA, commercial activity, criminal sexual conduct, second degree, and criminal sexual conduct, second offense notice. And then there's all those others as well. He is a registered SO. And yeah, people allowed him to be around their children, which really is like, you know, it's one of those things we have to spell out. It's one of those lessons, you know, when we've got to spell things out like, oh, if there's a registered SO, don't let them around your children. Don't date them thinking that they're into you. They're looking for your kids, especially if you're a single mom. They're going to love bomb the crap out of you because they're going to groom you too to get to the kids. That's what they do, right? Okay, so now let me just quickly fetch our video again. And we can just put the sound back on and start playing it. Here we go. We had 1:44, so we've only got about 40 minutes left.
Whenever you're ready, Ms. Griffin.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Latrecia Johnson.
And how old are you?
31.
And I don't want to know your exact address, but what is this? What street do you live on?
Outer Drive in Belfort.
Okay. And what kind of vehicle did you drive back in January of 2024?
A blue Nissan Sentra.
Okay. And do you recall being interviewed by Detroit police back on August 30th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And fair to say that was in relation to a Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know a Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
Okay. And how is it that you know Jarvis Butts?
He's my daughter's father.
Okay. And Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you point to him and tell me the color of the clothing that he's wearing?
He's right there and he's wearing green.
And Your Honor, would the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant?
So reflected.
Thank you. And you said that he's your daughter's father?
Yes.
How old is your daughter?
She just turned 2.
And when did you meet Jarvis Butts?
2019.
And how was it that you met him?
I had a flat tire and I went to his auto shop on Warren and Casual, Annette.
You can hear some of these stories start. Oh, I had a flat tire, went to his auto shop, and then he's love bombing all these ladies, and especially if they're single or single moms, or like someone said earlier, if they have speculative self-esteem issues or something, he's just love bombing them. Oh my goodness. Meanwhile, he's a registered SO. And grooming with expertise, like the judge said, like the district attorney said. Sure.
Now, you said you have one daughter with Mr. Butts. Do you have any other children?
Yes.
Okay. What other children do you have?
I have a son.
Okay. And how old is he?
He's 7.
And that is not a child by Mr.
No.
Butts? Okay. Now, do you recall, we'll take you back to February 15th, 2024. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened that day?
Police came to my home, asking me if I know Jarvis and have I seen Naziah before.
All right. And did you, did they do anything at your house when you were there?
They searched my house.
Did they ever search, on that day, did they search your vehicle?
No.
Okay.
They just looked in there. They didn't do it for, I don't know if that was what you call a search of them looking inside.
Okay. Was there ever a time that you allowed Jarvis to use your vehicle?
Yes, one time.
Okay. And which vehicle? 2 times?
Okay.
Okay.
Pause. Melissa said, that is not Shannon's sister. Is that so? Well, that's what the media says, and that is wrong. That is wrong. I stand corrected. But, are you sure? Okay, I'm going to check again.
Ms. Johnson, can you speak up just a little bit louder?
2 times.
Thank you.
And which vehicle was that?
The blue Nissan Sentra.
Okay. And I showed you a PowerPoint before of 197 photos of a Nissan Sentra. Do you recall seeing those photos?
Yes.
Ms.
And
Grizzly, can you hold off one moment for the court reporter?
oh, sorry.
You guys are saying, we need a diagram. Yes, of all these people. We're trying to learn who's who and what. Some of my research said that, well, I just knew when I see the name Latrecia, okay, that would be Shannon Harris's sister. But if not, then who is Shannon Harris's sister? Who is, Melissa, who is Shannon's sister? Because they say that Jarvis had 5 kids with Shannon, but also a kid with her sister? Okay, so this is Latrecia Johnson. So let's say another lady who Jarvis had a child with. Oh my word. And Jarvis has 13 children, right? Oh, okay. Miss Ma'am says, yes, that is just okay, Shannon has a twin sister. Interesting. Okay, let's keep going.
do you recall me showing you the photos of a Nissan Sentra before?
Yes.
Okay. And in showing you those photos, did those fairly and accurately depict how your Nissan Sentra looked back on August 30th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Now, well, first I'll move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 11, the PowerPoint of the Nissan Sentra.
Any objection?
No objection.
It would be admitted as People's Exhibit 11?
Thank you, Judge. And may I publish?
Yes.
Now, when you let Jarvis Butts borrow your vehicle, did it look? Oops, sorry. Did it look how it was photoed?
The back was messed up, but the front was good.
Okay.
It was fixed.
So back in January of 2024, your car still had the front end?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the only difference in how it looked
On
from?
the photo, yes.
Okay. So that's the only difference in how it looked from January of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. When is it that Mr. Butts borrowed your vehicle?
January 9th.
Is that the first time?
Yes.
Okay. And you said there was a second time?
Yes.
When was that?
I think it was either the next day or the day after that day. I don't remember.
Okay. The first time, let's talk about the first time. How did it come about that he borrowed your car?
He called and asked if he can use my car to do something with his son.
Okay. And when is it that or how did he get your car?
I didn't get home till about 9 o'clock, and he came to my house to pick
Okay.
my car up.
Is that 9 a.m. or 9 p.m.?
9 p.m.
9 p.m.? Okay. And you said he came to your house and picked it up?
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, did Mr. Butts say how long he was going to borrow your car for?
No.
Okay. Did you have a time where you expected it back?
At least 2 hours.
Okay. When did Mr. Butts return with your car?
The next morning.
Okay. Was this normal, abnormal?
No, not normal.
Not normal? Okay. And did Mr. Butts say what he was doing when he had your car?
No.
Okay. Did you notice anything different about or in your car after his use that first time?
No.
Okay. Did you notice anything in the back seat that was different?
There was a pair of glasses that was left that my son was playing with at the time.
Okay. And I'm going to show you. In People's Exhibit 11, photo 37. Where at would your son be sitting?
On the passenger side.
Okay, in the passenger.
On the back seat.
So, where is it? You can kind of see it better in photo 41. He would sit behind the passenger seat?
Yes.
Okay. Describe the glasses that he was playing with.
I believe they were clear around the frame part. I don't know what the ends look like, but I do remember they were clear around the frames.
Okay. And I want to show you what's already been introduced as People's Exhibit 12.
Yes.
Is there anything in People's Exhibit 12 that you recognize?
The glasses.
Okay. How is it that you recognize those glasses?
They were clear just like that.
the one my son was playing with.
Okay.
Shame. So they're referring to what could be Nazia's clear glasses, right? Kat says family tree tomorrow. That's wishful thinking because we're only on day one of the preliminary hearing. We're going to watch the whole preliminary hearing together. And only then will we know, hopefully, who's who. Okay, together. So this is trial prep, really. Normally we do trial prep and it would be like an episode. This is multiple episodes of trial prep because we are watching the preliminary hearing together, which was where the judge decided whether or not this case would even go to trial because they never found Nazia's body. Even though they believe she was murdered by Jarvis Butts and he has been charged as such. It's a circumstantial evidence case. So thankfully the judge decided, yes, this will go to trial, which should start for now. They say March 7th of 2025. It could always be postponed, but let's see. So we're all studying the case here together, okay? And learning who's who, and I've got notes all over the place, and I'm trying to figure out the best way to make a diagram of sorts for us.
Now, you said your son was playing with them in the back seat. How did you get them from your son?
I told him to give them to me because I didn't know who glasses they were.
Okay. How is it that you come to ask Jarvis about these glasses?
Well, my son was playing with them when I was with Jarvis at his shop.
And I guess
the next day I went up to the shop and my son, picking my son up from school, Jarvis was see his daughter and my son was playing in the back with the glasses.
Okay. From when Jarvis had borrowed your car and returned it to you picking up your son from school, had anybody else borrowed your car?
No.
Okay. So you're at the shop, you see your son playing with the glasses, you take them from him. Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Now, tell me, what does Jarvis do?
He snatched them from me and said those were his son's glasses.
Okay.
He snatched the glasses from Latrecia and said those were his son's glasses? Interesting. It was probably Nazia's.
Okay. And do you think anything of this at the time?
No. I just thought that was his sunglasses because he said he was taking his son somewhere in the car.
All right. Now, the second time that Jarvis asked to use your car, you said that was either the day after or the next day?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about how that comes to happen.
Well, he comes to my house when he get off work. He comes by to get my car, say he needs to use it again for his son. I said okay, and he said he wasn't going to be gone for that long like he was the time before. I said okay, and he was only gone for like 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours.
Okay. And are those the only 2 times that he ever used your car?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Were there times that he would be in your car with you?
Yes.
That you would take him places?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had any contact with Jarvis since he turned himself in on February 7th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that through?
Phone calls, get out, text, app.
Okay.
Ms.
And
Johnson, I need you to pull that microphone off the ledge. Yeah, that way I can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
do you recall a phone call in which Jarvis asked you some things about your vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And you've heard that call before?
Yes.
Okay, and was that call that I played for you, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the call that you had with
Yes.
Jarvis and him asking you about the car?
Yes.
And I move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit 13.
Any objection?
No objection.
And Jenner, may I publish?
Yeah, it'll be admitted as People's Exhibit 13, and you can publish. Can I also see Exhibit 12 when you get a moment?
Yes, Judge.
May I approach?
Yes.
And for the record, this phone call is 6 minutes and 43 seconds long.
The call from
You didn't get what she
an
said?
inmate at Wayne County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. The inmate has requested that you pay for this call. If you don't wish to talk, hang up now. Thank you for using Tell.me.
Yeah.
Anyway, I got one more for you to do. 313-207-2195.
Hello.
Hello?
What is it?
207. 219.
You want that?
Huh?
You want that?
0.
Hello?
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 Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Alright. I don't know what the fuck going on, man, but yeah, they done did everybody's shit.
You said what?
I said, I don't know what the fuck going on, but they done did everybody's shit.
Everybody shit. You on everybody's house? They come to my shit?
I don't know.
I don't even think they know of me.
Alright, but I need you to, anything that I had, anything that I touched, that's for yourself, man. Anything about me, man. That's for your goddamn self. You feel me?
Yeah.
Huh?
Serious.
Yeah, so just say go to my house.
Go on.
Yeah. Go to my house, man.
Alright. How you calling me?
My house, I'm doing something I ain't supposed to be doing nothing about my house, man.
Yeah, he's mumbling his butt off. So Jarvis Butts turned himself in on February 7th of 2024 to serve a year-long sentence related to an unrelated weapons charge. Interesting. Neziah was last seen on January 9th of 2024, but it took a month for the case to be even turned over to the Detroit Police's Missing Persons Unit and Homicide Unit. So I don't think it had even been turned over to them yet. Yeah, you guys are like, I can barely hear him. I know, right? It's very difficult. He mumbles a lot.
Huh? In her car?
You gotta go home, use her car.
Okay. So don't use my car at all?
I don't know what's going on, bro. They're taking everybody out, bro. Use your mama car, man, and drive around, man, trying to fix yourself with your mama car, man. Your brother carries somebody's car, man. This shit is beyond me.
Okay.
Beyond me, I don't know what the fuck, man. Clean them motherfuckers up or something, I don't know.
My car?
Yeah, they got my phone, they got my purse, they got their cars, they got their guns, they got...
Okay, so what I'm drawing from this is they got his phone and everything, so okay, let the investigation begin with that phone, right?
Hey, I don't know what the fuck they do, bro. Yeah, but what the fuck did that got shit to do with me is what I'm saying. That got shit to do with me, man, and I'm not understanding what the fuck is going on, you feel me?
Got F-bombs flying.
I'll call you later, man. Like, I don't know what's going on. Wrap my head around this shit, though. This shit's starting to piss me off.
Okay.
I'll get in touch with you later, man.
Okay.
Alright. Hello?
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 Mm-hmm.
Oh, what's going on, bro? You got your job, your regular job?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. My regular job, 6:45.
I'll call you about 7:30.
Alright.
I love you.
Mine too.
Now, what is it? What did you think when Jarvis told you those things?
I didn't know what to think when he told me those things.
Okay. What did you do in response to receiving this call, if anything?
Nothing.
Okay. Did you clean anything up?
No.
Did you wipe anything down?
No.
Okay. And that would be in your house?
Yes. House, car, everything.
Okay.
Didn't touch it, nothing.
All right. So, just to clarify a little bit, Jarvis borrowed your car on the 9th.
Yes.
Brought it back the 10th in the morning.
Yes. Yeah.
About 6 a.m. or so, or in the morning?
In the morning, about 8:30, 8 o'clock.
8:30.
I was taking my son to school.
Okay. And did he borrow it later that day again, or the next day?
I can't remember. It was later that day or the next day. I just know he did it again.
Okay.
It was very difficult here. Michael Green says, I gleaned absolutely zero from that call. All I could hear is that he's all about himself. He plays the victim. He's getting so pissed off that the cops have like his weapons and his phone and everything, and like, what the hell, man? That's what I got from it. What did you get from it? Tell me. Do tell.
I think they're just.
Good afternoon. And you indicated that you knew Mr. Butts since 2019.
Yes.
Correct. You met him at the shop, correct?
Yes.
At his shop.
Yes.
Would you describe your relationship with him as a
Whole?
I'm sorry?
You said as a whole? We do?
Would you describe it as a physical relationship, or was it a real relationship?
Oh, it was a physical relationship.
Okay. So, you knew Mr. Butts was seeing other people, correct?
Yes.
All right. So that's not a surprise to you,
No.
correct?
The fact that he lied to me, that's a surprise.
Okay. So, he would tell you he was coming over and you wouldn't know where he was coming from, correct?
Yes.
That's nothing new.
That's nothing.
Okay. Do you know, besides your daughter with Mr. Butts, do you know Mr. Butts' other children?
I met quite a few of them.
Okay. Have you met any of the other mothers?
About two in the beginning of the relationship we had. He introduced me to about 2 or 3 of the mothers.
Okay. And have you had any issues with the mothers?
No.
Okay. So you know Mr. Butts works as a mechanic, correct?
Yes.
And have you ever seen him wearing safety glasses in the shop?
Yes.
Okay. Safety glasses are clear, aren't they?
They're not those.
They're not.
They're not the kinds that I've seen. No.
Okay. So he borrowed your car on the night, correct?
Yes.
And you said he came over around 9 p.m.
Yes.
All right. When he came over 9 p.m., was there anything out of the ordinary that you noticed?
No.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with him that day?
We swapped out cars. We had a quick swap out cars, and he was gone.
And there was no other conversation that day?
No.
You didn't notice anything about his appearance?
No.
Didn't notice anything about his demeanor?
No.
Okay. And you say he came back the next day?
Yes.
All right.
The next morning.
Could he have dropped your car off later that night? Earlier that night?
No, he did not.
He didn't drop it off at, say, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning?
No, he did not.
Okay. And you said that your son, and forgive me, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but there was a lot of things in this car.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the condition the car always was in?
My son have his toys. There's always stuff in there, yes.
Okay.
But it's only my kids' stuff that be in my car, because me and my kids are the only people that really be in my car, or my mother.
Okay. And your testimony is Jarvis Butts, prior to the night, had never been in this car before?
No, he's been in my car.
Okay.
He's been in my car. I take him places.
Okay. So, your son finds the glasses,
yes.
Correct? And you say he finds the glasses, this would be on the 10th? He finds the glasses?
Yes, either the next day or whenever. I don't remember what day, but I know the next day. It was the next day we went over there. Yes, it was.
So you're not sure what day the glasses were found?
I'm not sure what day the glasses was found, because I went to his job twice.
Okay.
After that. So I don't know which day. I don't know if it was the 10th or the 11th.
So it could have been either day?
Yes.
All right.
But
and
it was in my car.
So your son was playing with these glasses?
Yes.
There was nothing remarkable about these glasses, correct?
They were just clear glasses.
And so you couldn't identify the glasses and say, hey, these glasses were smaller than a normal pair of glasses these must be a pair of kids' glasses, right? You couldn't say that, correct?
He said they were his son glasses. So, is he saying as his son, that would mean it was a kid glasses, right?
Okay.
She's like, like, you're getting nowhere with me. The defense is like, could have been his glasses for work. Not those.
So you say he said they were his son's glasses?
Yes.
And
Mr. Hawthorne.
I'm sorry.
You need a minute. Take your time. You sure? I got a hole. You want one right quick? Oh, okay. I got you. Is okay, Mr. Go right ahead.
All right. So you said your son was playing with the glasses, correct? And you took the glasses from your son, correct?
Yes.
And what did you do with them once you took them?
He was playing with them when I was up there with Jarvis. When I took them from him and said, "Do not your glasses," Jarvis took them from my hand.
Okay. So you didn't examine these glasses, correct?
I looked at them on his face when he was playing with them on his face.
Okay.
So how can I not examine these glasses when I'm looking at my son with these glasses on his face?
I mean, you didn't study these glasses, correct?
No, I didn't study these glasses,
Okay.
but they were clear and they were on my son's face.
So later on, you showed a picture of Annette Harris, correct?
Yes.
And you saw her wearing clear glasses as well, correct?
Yes.
At the time you saw her with the glasses, did anyone tell you that she was missing?
Yes, they did.
Were you?
And they showed me the picture.
Were you aware that she was missing?
From the news.
Okay. And were you aware that Mr. Butts was a suspect?
No,
Okay.
not at the time, until they came to my door.
Okay. So when you told them that these glasses, you saw glasses similar to this.
I didn't tell them then.
Okay.
I didn't know about that until after.
All right.
It took me a minute to think about the glasses
So you came back and told them later.
when they came to my house.
Okay. That you saw a pair of glasses in your car.
Yes.
And the best you can say is that these glasses may be similar, correct?
They maybe was similar.
Right.
Yes.
You cannot testify that these are the exact same glasses, correct?
No, I cannot testify those are the exact same glasses.
Can you tell whether the glasses had prescription lenses in them?
I didn't put them on my face, sir, so how
So-
will I know?
Did your son say anything about that?
No, how would he know? He said he was, 6, 7, 5 at the time. So how will he know what prescription glasses are?
You're wearing prescription glasses, right?
Yes.
If you take them off, you see differently, correct?
Yes, but I did not put the glasses on.
Yeah.
So how will I know they were prescription glasses if I didn't wear them?
My question
My son
was-
wore the glasses. So how am I supposed to know? I don't have his eyes.
My question was, did your son say anything about the
No,
glasses?
He was playing with the glasses, and I told him to take the glasses off because we didn't know who glasses they were.
Okay.
I didn't know if they were prescription, so I told him to take them off. When he take them off, he handed to me. Oh, Jarvis said, "Oh, those are my sunglasses," and he snatches it from my hand.
Okay. And what did Jarvis do with the glasses?
Initially, when she said it sounded like she said, "Those are my son's glasses," but now it sounds like she is saying, those are my sunglasses, right? Oh my, lots of questions about the glasses here from the defense, of course, trying to make sure that let's get that out.
I don't know. He went towards his car.
Okay. You didn't think anything else of the glasses, did you?
No.
Okay.
All he said was those were his sunglasses at the time.
You're employed?
Yes.
All right. And your Nissan, was that your primary mode of transportation?
No.
That was a secondary car?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't drive my car. I use my mom's car when I'm working.
So, is the Nissan your car?
Yes, it's my car.
Okay. And Mr. Butts called you and told you to drive someone else's car?
Yep.
All right. Just one moment. So when he told you that, you didn't do anything, right?
No.
You didn't think anything of it,
No.
correct? You didn't clean out this car, correct?
No.
So anything of Mr. Butts would still be in this car, correct?
Yes.
We only have about 2 minutes left, and then I have a little idea that maybe we could watch the November. There was a preliminary hearing in November, which is just 1 hour long. Maybe we could do that as part of our prep here for day one. Huh? We've seen all of that, and then tomorrow we continue on with day 2 of this preliminary hearing, which took place on January 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. So this preliminary hearing was to decide if the case is going to trial or not. Do you want to do that? Let me know.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, Judge. Ms. Johnson, you were asked about knowing that Mr. Butts was seeing other women.
Yes.
But you said he lied about things.
Yes.
What did he lie about?
About how many women, if he was still dealing with the women.
Okay.
Everything, pretty much.
Okay. So you didn't, fair to say you wouldn't know how many women were out there?
Yes.
Okay. And did you know that he would be dealing with women at the same time as he was dealing with you?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm going to object at this point. I'm not sure what the relevance of that is as to this. How many women he's dealing with.
It goes through.
But we want to know. Listen, defense attorney, we want to know how many baby mamas are there? So far, I've written down 2. Shannon Harris, 5 kids. Latrecia Johnson, 1 kid. So that's 6 out of 13 so far. Okay, let's keep going.
Response?
Yeah, it goes to whether or not he would be like whether he's secretive about things, whether he would know about.
He's very secretive.
1 second, Ms. Johnson.
Yeah,
It's okay, 1 second.
that was really that was really the extent of the question.
It was asking across how many women he slept with.
Yeah.
And whether she knew.
Wanted to get that was really the extent of the question.
Okay, we'll just ask the question again.
Yeah, just was he a secretive person to you?
Yes, he's very secretive.
Okay, and when he told you a reason why he wanted to use your car, did you have any reasons to think that that might not be true?
I honestly thought it was for his son.
Okay.
So, whenever he says anything about his kids, I believe him when it comes to his kids. I thought he was a great father to his kids. That's what he put on to me, but.
Okay. So that's what he led you to believe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my. Jarvis Butts led her to believe that he was a great father to all his kids. Meanwhile, he's a registered S offender who shouldn't be anywhere near kids and is abusing some of them. And also other kids who are not even his kids. Like what? Like it's just, this is, it's a lot. It's a lot. I'm sure there's a lot of victims that we don't know about, right? that Jarvis Butts has affected, which that is why I hope that there will be full justice for Naziah, so that he can be kept out of society, so that children can be kept safe.
Nothing further, Judge.
Yeah, may I ask you a couple of follow-up questions?
Go ahead.
Now, you said that he was secretive, correct?
Yes.
And that's when it came to women, correct?
Yes.
That bothered you, correct?
I mean, it would bother anyone when a man is supposed to be telling you the truth and he being really secretive about everything. And you being honest with them.
So you were upset about that?
Honesty.
So you were upset about that, correct?
About him being with other women, cheating? Not really, because I was doing it too. How about that?
You all gotta be quiet.
She's spilling the tea.
No further questions.
Any last questions, please?
This lady's spilling all the tea. She's like, I don't care that he was cheating. I was doing it too. Oh, my word. Okay.
Okay, you're done, Ms. Johnson. Questions there? Okay, is that the last witness for today?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, anything else that needs to go on the record before we end today?
Not for the people, Judge. Thank you.
Not from the defense.
Okay, we're off the record. Back here at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, so I've already set up the thumbnail for the next day, which is for tomorrow. We'll teleport to that probably afterwards. But right now, let's quickly complete day one's homework over here. And yes, you guys know I'm a little bit of a perfectionist, and I would have liked to do this chronologically. But I wasn't sure if we were going to watch that or not. But you guys all saying, yes, 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 you want to see that. So there was a hearing in November of 2024. So I'm going to bring that over quickly. And unfortunately, it's not defluffed now. But we can always speed it up and all of that. So let me just quickly boost it. Here we go. Let's make it full screen. Okay, I'll put... because it might actually just give us a little bit more information that we don't yet know. I'm not sure. Thank you so much to the Grizzly who sent me the link to this and reminded me of this hearing. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm gonna put it like this. So this is, wait. Let's just check the date here. This is also from the same channel, Fox 2, Detroit. November 1st of 2024. I would assume that this was a hearing to determine if this would have a preliminary hearing to determine if there will be a trial. And after all this, yeah, there's going to be a trial, okay? And the trial is for first-degree, obviously premeditated murder charges for Naziah Harris's disappearance. They believe that this guy, Jarvis Butts, murdered her. And then there's other SA charges as well that we had read earlier. Esme, thank you so much. All right, everyone, here we go. Sorry.
17 years of age or older. 2, child sexually abusive activity. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, second degree. Person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older.
I did it wrong now. I went forward. So remember that he was arrested September. Wait, we got to check again. We're doing our homework over here. He was arrested September. Go to the next slide. September 27th of 2024. That's when he was arraigned. So this is September, October, November. This is November 1st when this hearing is happening. So it was one of the first hearings after his arrest, after his arraignment.
2, child sexually abusive activity. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, second degree. Person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. With the habitual offender fourth defense notice set for an exam today. Appearances.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tina Ripley on behalf of the people, P83688.
And good morning, Your Honor. Matthew Makepeace on behalf of the people as well, P82796.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff, Neighborhood Defender Services by Ken Reagan, P82125 on behalf of Mr. Jarvis Butts and to my left.
And good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Cheryl Quick, P83973, also on behalf of Jarvis Butts. Mr. Butts, please state your name.
Mr. Butts, you can have a seat.
Mr. Brad, sit on your butt, right? Okay, so this, I'm sorry, mods, okay? If you need to sleep, go sleep, all right? Okay, but I want to make sure that we should have done this first. But anyway, we're watching this now. And also, I think Cordell testifies here as well, which might help us with a timeline as well. And then by tomorrow, we'll be all caught up and ready for day 2 of the preliminary hearing, which took place on January 7th of 2025.
Good morning, I'm Lauren Butler, Neighborhood Defender Service as well.
Thank you. Okay, any preliminary matters before we begin the exam?
Defense just would request her to invoke the rule of sequestration.
And the people would ask for an exception for the officer in charge who is sitting in the back, Sergeant Shannon Jones.
And just question whether or not Sergeant Johnson has testified today.
Not today, but she will be testifying.
No objection for exam purposes.
Okay, if there is anyone in the courtroom who may testify or is a witness on this case, that means today or at trial, if it goes to trial, you must exit the courtroom now. Also, just to put everyone on notice, this case is being streamed live on YouTube. So
yes, YouTubers are watching even in January of 2025. So the Jarvis Butts hearing on November 1st of 2024, just so we know what it is, was the initial preliminary hearing for Butts in connection with the murder and SA charges related to Latrecia Harris. The hearing was a procedural step where the prosecution presented evidence to determine if there was enough evidence to proceed to trial, which of course, this was the initial prelim. It was just one day. And then what happened? The hearing was part of a series of sessions to determine whether Butts would face trial for the murder of Latrecia Harris and the additional SA charges. Subsequent hearings continued in January of 2025, leading to a decision that there was enough evidence for Butts to stand trial. So yeah, it's important that we watch this one as well.
if there's anyone on YouTube who may testify or is a witness on this case, you must also log off and not view the proceedings today. Anything else?
No, Judge. Madam, that's stated.
Okay, just call your first witness, Ms. Ripley.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, we will call Cordell Wright.
You're right off the bat, Cordell, the business partner.
Stand right here, Mr. Wright. Face the judge. Raise your right hand.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Watch your step.
Do you have his name on? Could you spell his first name for me?
Cordell.
Right.
You may begin, Ms. Ripley.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Wright.
Good morning.
And Mr. Wright, do you have a nickname?
Yes.
And what's your nickname?
King.
Is that K-I-N-G?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. How old are you?
37.
When's your birthday?
11/17.
What year?
86.
And Mr. Wright, back in January 2024, were you on an MDOC tether?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And what dates were you on tether from?
From March 14th, 23 to March 28th of 24.
And what were your tether restrictions back then?
I could leave the house from 6 in the morning. I had to be back in by 9 p.m.
Mr. Wright, do you know someone named Jarvis Butts?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know Jarvis Butts?
I first met him, we worked together at a shop called Frank's. And then we owned a shop together.
Okay. And do you see Jarvis Butts in the courtroom today?
No?
Would you be able to stand up so you can look around?
Yes.
Oh man, Jarvis is really hiding behind that mask and cowering down.
No.
When did you meet Mr. Butts?
2018.
And you said you two worked together initially at a place called Frank's?
Frank's.
All right. Where was Frank's at?
He has a couple locations. He has 7, but the one I met him at was on Warren in Neff.
Warren and Neff. Okay. And what locations of Frank's did you work at with Mr. Butts?
Warren and Neff.
Donnie D says, I don't think I ever saw a preliminary hearing before. I'm actually not too sure if I've streamed one with you guys before. Normally I watch them myself, do lots of homework, but it's not the same without you. You know, normally I gather all my research and then we do trial prep when it comes time to actually watch the trial. But I really like watching these preliminary hearings with you. So if you like it too, let me know. Then we can watch more of them while we trial prep for whichever cases we are following, right? Okay, so here we go.
May I approach?
Yes.
And Mr. Wright, I'm approaching people's proposed exhibits 4, 5, and 6. Can you look at these and tell me if you recognize those?
I recognize this one, and this one.
Okay. And those are those a fair and accurate depiction of the Frank's Auto Shops? At least 2 of them on Warren and the other one maybe on Harper?
Yes.
Okay. Which is the one that's on Harper?
The last one of the inside.
Okay. And that's People's Exhibit, proposed exhibit 6?
Yes.
Okay. You're not moving for the admission of People's 4, 5, and 6?
Now, many of us are wondering, what the heck was he arrested for? Okay, so a Grizzly Cat has come to the rescue again. Thank you, Grizzly Cat. I'm going to put this over my face for a second here so that we can actually check it all out. Okay, the 3rd Judicial Circuit of Michigan Criminal Case Record Search Results. This is for Cordell, Robinson, Wright. It's public record. I'm not sharing anything I can't share. Let's just put this up here for YouTube as well. Public record. Exhibit or evidence shown at a public hearing. Okay. You know, they're talking about what his charges were. Here we go. Okay, so let's see. Weapons, carrying, concealed. So there's weapons charges, controlled substance charges, show causing hearing on probation violation, more weapons-related charges, assault with a dangerous weapon, DV, larceny in a building, DV, more DV. Oh, man. Okay, so thank you, Grizzly Cat. Now we know. You're helping us answer those questions. I'm like, what is he arrested for? Okay.
Objection? No objection. They'll be admitted as People's Exhibits 4, 5, and 6.
Thank you, Judge. How long did you work at Frank's with Mr. Butts?
A few years.
About how many years would you estimate?
2.
And when did that change from Frank's to another shop?
Maybe in 23 sometime.
Okay. Would it be earlier in the year or later in the year?
Maybe mid, maybe in May. Well, maybe April, May.
And then where did you guys work then?
We got a shop together on 9,000 Connor.
And what is at 9,000 Connor?
A sicko, a car wash, and our shop was in the middle of both.
Your may I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett, I'm handing you what's marked as People's Proposed Exhibits 7 and 8. Can you look at those and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I recognize.
Okay. And are those a fair and accurate depiction of your shop at 9,000 Connor?
Yes, it is.
And you're not with the admission of People's Proposed Exhibits 7 and 8?
Any objection? No objection. They'll be admitted as People's Exhibits 7 and 8.
Thank you.
who was it that you mainly worked with at 9000 Connor?
I'm sorry.
Who was it that you worked with at 9000 Connor?
Jarvis.
I want to take you back to when you were working at Frank's with Mr. Butts. Did you ever see Mr. Butts with any children there?
Yes.
And specifically, did you see him with any young girl children?
Yes.
And did you know who those were?
Yes.
Who were they?
His daughter, his niece.
Daughters and niece. What about any boys?
Yes.
Okay. And who were they?
His sons.
How often would you see him with the children there at Frank's?
Sporadically.
And at 9000 Connor, did you see him?
I'm just going to pause. Rainy Day says, first time I've caught a preliminary hearing. Very telling. Thank you, G. Thank you so much. Like you said, this has to be, it's not the arraignment. The arraignment was on September 27th of 2024. And this is on November 1st of 2024. I've got banners up here if you need clues for what this is. It's the initial preliminary hearing. They had this, and then they said they continued with a preliminary hearing in January, which is the January 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. So we started with watching the January 6th preliminary hearing, and then now we're watching this November one. From tomorrow, we're watching the January 7th, that day, which was day 2 of the preliminary hearing. Okay, but I want to make sure that we do all our homework here as we study this case together.
Mr. Butts with any children then?
Yes.
Any girls?
Yes.
And who would they be?
His daughter.
And what about any boys?
Yes.
And who would they be?
His sons.
And how often would you see him with children at 9000 Connor?
Sporadic.
And as it relates to this case, it's fair to say that you spoke with Detroit police a few times?
Yes, about 4.
About 4 times? Okay. That first time that you talked to Detroit police, do you recall about when that was?
The first time was the day before Valentine's Day, so like February 13th.
February 13th, and is that of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and at that time, were you presented with a jail call?
Yes.
Okay. And who was that jail call with?
Jarvis.
Okay. And who was he talking to?
Me.
All right. And what was the topic of that jail call?
He called to ask would I receive a cell phone out of a truck for him.
And were you familiar with what truck he was asking you to get it from?
Yes.
What truck was that?
It was a Z71 Chevy Suburban.
And did you know who that truck belonged to?
Yeah, his baby mom or somebody he was dealing with.
And do you recall listening to that jail call?
Yeah, I recall.
Okay. If I would move to admit the jail call from, I believe it's February 8th, 2024, between Mr. Wright and Mr. Jarvis Butts.
Any objection?
No objection.
What's the exhibit number on that?
Sorry, that's exhibit number 1.
It'll be admitted as if it's exhibit 1.
Thank you, Judge. And may I publish?
Yes, I gave you co-host.
Thank you, Judge. And for the record, I am playing People's Exhibit 1.
That's it.
This is a one-time free 3-minute call from an inmate at Wright County Jail. Your phone does not accept collect calls. This call has been provided by Helmet as a courtesy for friends and family. You cannot receive additional calls from this entity until you call prepaid. We can take your credit or debit card information over the phone and connect you immediately back to your call. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. Press 1 to accept all communications from this. Thank you for using Helmet.
My guy, what's up, man?
Not shit, man. What's happening?
Nah, shit, man. How you feeling? My bad, I missed your call. I was working like a motherfucker.
I figured they said you was up there banging, said something banging.
Yeah, you know it.
What's up, my nigga? Who is that, huh? What's up, boy?
You know it.
Hey, shit. Man, I'm calling, man. Because they put my money on my motherfucking books, bro.
Oh, yeah, take a minute for them to put that shit on there. Even if you walk in with it, man, they be playing it crazy.
Yeah, man.
I swear to God. They do that machine and shit. You show you straight, you need something. I mean, I'm not getting a couple dollars for that, baby.
Yeah, you know, I had some money on my books, nigga. I came in with money.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so they put this shit on my hookup. I was up under the tablet. I didn't come up $0. That's some bullshit.
That shit crazy.
Yeah.
How is it, though?
Man, that's some bullshit. I'm really gonna be quarantined on this whole shit, bro.
Oh, yeah, they got you on that quarantine club for how long? 3 days?
I don't know how long, nigga. Shit, I'm about to be the only one in this bitch on my part.
You say what happened?
I said, shit, I'm about to be the only one. Remember me and young enough in this motherfucker, you want these boys on this bitch.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
What you need?
Huh?
No, I was asking what that customer needs. Man, listen. You straight?
Yeah, I'm good, my nigga.
Huh?
Say, yeah, I'm good, Oh, shit, yeah. You got Tasha number, right?
Yeah.
So, Dig, I'm gonna need you to call her one day, nigga, and get that truck up there, nigga. Get my phone up there, backseat, bro.
Oh, man. All right. Well, I'm supposed to get the truck up there. What will tell her?
Tell her you gonna, you fuck around and lost your car that there, too, when we was moving the, radio.
Okay.
Just wanna see. Now, I said this.
You have 1 minute remaining for this call.
Reach behind that back seat.
Yeah.
So you reach behind that back seat, bro. There's a box right there. Straight behind the middle of that back seat, bro.
Okay, under it or in the back or in the back thing?
In the back, right in the back of the seat, bro.
Okay.
I'm on the second row.
I got all I need the key. You know you took the key. You took the key to the gate.
It's the same key.
I don't got that key to it.
Yeah, you do. It's the same key to the lock and the door.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. All right.
Yeah, it's the same key, bro.
Now, you know I got you. I'll put the money on the phone later, man. When I get around, baby, I will put the credit card.
It's all about that. You get them on that. I call my wife and have her bring it up the tea.
No, I don't need it though. If you send the same one, I got it. So I don't need it right now anyway. Just when I get the scrap out of there.
Okay.
And Mr. Wright, were you successful in getting that cell phone from the vehicle like Mr. Butts asked you to?
She came up there, but no, I wasn't successful. It wasn't there.
Wasn't there? Okay.
When we say she, who are you referring to?
Tasha.
Who's Taki that you know of?
His baby mom.
Okay. Did you look for it in the vehicle?
Yeah, I looked for it.
Okay. And you were unsuccessful at finding it?
Yes.
But apparently it was Jarvis Butts' phone that was found in his vehicle during a search by the Detroit Police Department. This was after he was taken in. Just before this, we heard another call of his that also sounded just like, what? So he turned himself in on unrelated weapons charges, right? And so this was after he had been taken into custody. That was February 7th of 2024 for this unrelated weapons charge. However, there was an incident where Butts allegedly asked his friend Cordell to remove the phone from his vehicle while he was in custody, but this request was not carried out, as Wright testified about here, you see. So he was like, it's right there behind the seat, get it, his phone. The friend was not successful in getting the phone, but the Detroit police were, and that, it had so much critical data on it, which is pretty much actually where most of the evidence comes from. That's also how they were able to go to the area where they found Naziah's clothing articles, articles of clothing, because of Jarvis's phone pinging there. Okay, so that's what we have there.
And I'm sure I want to talk to you now about the second time that you were speaking with Detroit police. Would it be fair to say that was just a couple days after your first time?
It was not long, a few weeks maybe. I was off tether at that point, I believe.
Okay. And do you recall talking about fixing a red Jaguar and going to Ypsilanti?
Yes, I do.
Tell me about how many times did you and Mr. Butts go to Ypsilanti?
I believe it was either 2 or 3.
Okay. All right. And tell me about how did that come about? Whose red Jaguar is this?
My son's grandma.
Your son's grandma.
So she called, said she was having some problems with it, and asked if we would come look at it, which is not unusual. We do house calls depending on the person and where it's located, but this is my son's grandma, so of course we're gonna make the exception. She called and said she was having problems with the car, asked if we would come look at it. We went, assessed the car at her house the first time. I think we made a minor repair there, not to the extent that it was the problem that she was having after the fact.
Okay. So, where is this red Jaguar located when you guys go out to see it?
It's in my son's grandma's driveway in Ypsilanti, off Michigan Avenue, I believe.
All right. And who goes with you out there that first time?
Jarvis?
Okay. Is it just you and Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys go out there and you assess, make a minor repair.
Yeah.
Does it completely fix the car?
For that problem, yes.
Okay. And then is there another time that you end up having to do work on this red Jaguar?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that.
She drove the Jaguar for a while. It was doing fine. And then she said it was leaking something. I asked her what it was leaking. She said she didn't know. I asked her if she could get it towed to the shop. She said yeah.
Okay. So at some point this red Jaguar gets towed to your shop at 9000 Connor?
Yes.
Okay. And who works on it at 9000 Connor?
Me and Jarvis.
Okay. And what do you do when you finish fixing? Do you ever finish fixing the red Jaguar?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you do when you finish fixing it?
We take it back to her. I called her first and asked her how she was planning on retrieving the vehicle. She said she was going to tow it, and I didn't want to cost her no more money, so I told her that we could bring it.
Okay. And do you recall if that was on or about January 9th of 2024?
It was on.
It was on that day?
Yes.
Okay. So on that day...
Okay, so now it's very important. They're talking about January 9th of 2024, the last day that Naziah Harris was seen alive. She was never seen again after that. And they believe that Jarvis Butts murdered her, right? Okay, so it was Jarvis and Cordell that were in the vehicle. They were actually in 2 vehicles. There was Cordell with his truck, and there was another vehicle that they'd driven to Ypsilanti. And Naziah was with them. And we saw the testimony of Talasha Moore, and that's whose house they went to because they had worked on her mother's car. And that's the lady that said Naziah was sitting next to the TV, right? And they were there for 45 to 60 minutes. So this is part of the timeline of the last time that Naziah was seen. She was with them, with Jarvis and Cordell. Okay? So apparently Cordell was arrested for violating some parole conditions. You know, I don't know exactly the date of his arrest. That I would like to know, right? Okay, so, but he's talking now about January 9th of 2024.
Before you take the red Jaguar back, who was, tell me about how that day started for you.
I woke up. I typically leave the house at 6 because that's what time I could leave. So I went to the gym. I got to the shop probably around 8:30. I don't know who opened the shop. I can't really recall which one of us opened it, but Jarvis may have been there already. A few cars came in, then the Jaguar probably got there maybe around 9 o'clock. I assessed the Jaguar. Jarvis left for a moment. I had another mechanic. Being it's a foreign car, so I had a foreign car mechanic on call to help with the work, but he was busy, so he came. Said he wouldn't have time to do it, so I think I Googled it, seen how it was done, and I proceeded taking the water pump off.
Okay. So you're working on the Jaguar, and is Mr. Butts at work that day?
Yes, he was there.
Okay. What do you guys being you and Mr. Butts, do as it relates to work that night?
I think we had a few cars that came in that needed some minor repairs. Between that and the Jaguar, we was jumping in and out of the Jaguar job, and the cars that pulled up, maybe oil change, tune up, whatever, et cetera, so forth was. But we was mainly working on the Jaguar, trying to get the water pump off, as it is a hard job to do.
And do you always have all of your parts on stock, or on your person in stock with you?
No, we call either AutoZone, Mansfield, one of the auto stores that has them.
Okay. And did you have to go get any auto parts on January 9th?
Yes, we had to go get the water pump for the Jaguar, as well as some other parts, I believe, for other cars.
Okay. And when you go and get parts, is it usually just one of you, both of you, or something else?
That depending. If it's a car there, then one of us will stay. If it's not a car there, we go together sometimes.
Okay. And on January 9th of 2024, did you guys, did one of you guys go to the auto parts store, or did you both go?
We both went.
Both went? Okay. Tell me what happens when you go to the auto parts store.
Before that, I called them. They ordered the water pump, so we went and picked it up when they called and said it was in. We got in the truck, went to AutoZone, got the water pump. On our way back from AutoZone, I believe we forgot something, so we ended up turning back around, going back to AutoZone, grabbed whatever we forgot, came back, and on our way back, we was coming down Harbor. Jarvis said, "I see my niece right there. She walking." We pulled into Angel's liquor store. I still didn't see her. He pointed across my face, said she right there. She was coming across the street at that time. She got in the truck with us. She spoke, "Hi King, hi Jay," and we proceeded back to the shop.
Okay. So when you guys are driving to these auto parts stores, who's driving?
Jarvis,
Okay. And where are you at?
passenger seat.
Okay. And you said when you guys are heading back to the shop the second time, that's when you said Jarvis spots someone?
Yes.
Who does he say that he spots?
His niece.
His niece, okay. And do you recognize his niece?
Yes, when I see her, when he pointed her out to me, yes, I recognize her walking across the street.
Okay. And so you guys pull over. Where does she get into the car at?
I believe she getting behind me, so the back seat behind me.
Okay. Does Jarvis say anything to her?
Yeah, she speaks to both of us, and we speak back.
Okay. What does he say to her?
Hi.
Hi. Okay. And where do you guys go after you pick up his niece?
Back to the shop.
Okay. And that's at 9,000 Connor?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you guys do when you get back to 9,000 Connor?
He back in. We get out. We proceed to working on the Jaguar. I may have got out the car first with the parts, and he was in the car with her for a second. I got out, started working on the Jaguar.
And what happens next? What do you guys do?
I believe she get out, get into the front seat, reposition herself to the front seat of his truck. It was colder that day. I believe she started the truck. We started working on the Jaguar, putting the parts back on. It took a little minute. Like I said, it was a difficult job, so it took a while. At some point, I believe his truck ran out of gas, so we had to stop what we were doing to push his truck to the gas pump so he could get some gas.
So you said that she gets out of the car that
that you guys were in?
Yes.
Okay, and then she gets into Jarvis' truck.
No. We was always in Jarvis' truck.
Okay.
So she gets out of the back seat and repositions herself to the front seat, so she can start the cover.
And tell me, what kind of car or what kind of truck does Jarvis drive?
Escalade.
Okay. And what color?
It's pearl white.
Okay. What, if you can see, what is his niece doing while you guys are working on at the shop?
So I'm guessing we're all on the same page that the niece is actually Naziah, right? That they picked up from school and then went back to this auto repair shop, and then it was cold, so she wanted to start Jarvis's, well, he said the truck actually, that's probably his car. Anyway, to get warm, and so he was seeing her there. Now, a lot of people say, like Rose said, so at this point I'm wondering if Cordell knows of the relationship between JB and NH, or does he just believe that it's his niece? I don't know. I don't know how much he knew. But it's interesting watching his testimony, and we're going to tomorrow, when we watch day 2 of the preliminary hearing that took place on January 7th of 2025, I think we're going to see more of him.
I believe she's on her cell phone, I believe.
Does Jarvis ever take his niece anywhere that, like, while you guys are working at the shop?
No.
No? Okay. Did you ask him if he was going to take her home at all?
I believe I asked him was he going to drop her off when the truck ran out of gas. We had to push it to the pump. It was just a distraction from work, so I asked was he going to drop her off. He said no.
And did you finish working on the Jaguar that day?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens after you finish up on the Jaguar?
I called my son, grandma, and asked her how she was going to retrieve the vehicle. She said she was going to tow it back. I told her she didn't have to do that. That was just spending extra money. So I asked Jarvis, was it all right if we dropped it off? He said yes. And we started making preparations to do so.
Do you recall about what time you guys finished the Jaguar and prepared to leave?
Right around 7:30ish, somewhere around there.
Sarah says this is not a relationship between JB and Naziah. It's CA. I agree. Child. Oh, YouTube abuse. Wish we could just say the words, you know. But yeah, it's not a relationship, even though the victim was groomed and she was calling Jarvis Bay, and you know, she may have thought that they were in a relationship, but it's complete grooming, it's sexual abuse, it's completely obviously illegal and inappropriate, and then it also ended in murder. Like what? So yes, thank you Sarah for saying that. Okay, let's continue.
When do you guys eventually leave the shop?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me about who all leaves the shop?
Me, Jarvis, and his niece.
Okay. And tell me about the driving arrangements.
So I drove my 300 and Jarvis drove the Jaguar.
Okay. And where was his niece at?
She was with him in the front seat of the Jaguar.
Now, are you able to recall what his niece looked like that day?
Yes. Faintly, but yes.
Do you remember what kind of clothing she was wearing?
I remember she had her jacket on. Like I said, a coat. It was cold, so I think it was colorful.
Colorful?
Yeah.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
And Mr. Wright, I'm approaching the People's Proposed Exhibit 2. And I'm going to direct you to the top left corner. Can you tell me Is there anything that you recognize in that?
The jacket in Channel 1.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the jacket that you've seen his niece, Jarvis's niece, wearing that day?
Yes.
And I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 2.
Any objection? No objection. We'll give it as People's Exhibit 2.
Thank you.
This also helps to have witnesses corroborate what they saw Neziah wearing that day because of the articles of clothing that they found later, which was only mid-March of 2024, which included the hoodie and her Nike shoes. And there was also a pink like jumpsuit, but especially the hoodie. And later in this preliminary hearing, a few days that we'll be watching, it's 4 days of preliminary hearing, we will also learn that they DNA tested that hoodie and all the items found there and what the results were.
And I'm showing you it's marked Appeals Proposed Exhibit 3. Do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes.
Thanks. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of Jarvis's niece as you remember seeing her back on January 9th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay, and is that the same niece that went with you to Ypsilanti?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you're moved for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 3?
No objection. Okay, it'll be admitted as People's Exhibit 3.
Thank you. So, you guys are driving to Ypsilanti. You said you're driving in your 300, and Jarvis is driving the Jaguar with his niece.
Yes.
Okay. About how long did it take you guys to get to Ypsilanti?
It was raining that day, so about 35 minutes.
And when you get to Ypsilanti, what do you do?
We get out, we park the car, get out, we go in. My son's grandma and I believe his auntie was there as well, so they greeted us. They'd spoken to him before, so they greeted him. And then my son, grandma asked who the little girl was.
And did you introduce the little girl?
No.
Okay. Who introduced the little girl?
Jarvis did.
And what did Jarvis introduce her as?
His niece.
And about how long do you guys stay in Ypsilanti?
Not long, maybe 15 minutes or so. My son, auntie had to go get the rest of our money that my son, grandma didn't have, so she went to the ATM.
What do you guys do when you went to the ATM?
Talking. She was just telling us about other work she needed to do around her house, etc., so on and so forth.
Okay. And was Mr. Butts with you the whole time?
Yes.
Okay. So, you guys eventually leave Ypsilanti?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me about the driving arrangements leaving Ypsilanti.
At this point, we only have one vehicle, which is mine. We get in, Jarvis in the front. I believe Neziah sat behind me.
Sat behind you?
Yes.
Okay. So, and is there any kind of talking or conversation when you guys are driving?
No, I got sounds in my car, so no.
And do you recall about what time you guys, where do you guys go when you leave Ypsilanti?
Back to 9,000 Connors.
Okay. And do you recall about what time you guys get back to 9,000 Connors?
Probably around 8:45. I was cutting it close on the tether.
What do you do when you get back to 9,000 Connors?
Open up the shop door where he left. He left his truck in one of the bays, so we opened up that bay door. went through the gas station, because that's the way we entered the shop. Went through the gas station, opened the shop, opened one of the bay doors. I went to the back and started splitting the money that we had made for the day, and separating the receipts, etc.
Where do you see his niece go?
Getting in this truck.
Do you recall where at this truck she got into?
Passenger seat.
Is that front passenger, back passenger, or something else?
Front passenger.
So he's possibly the last person who saw Naziah alive. Because this is like 8:45 p.m. They get back to the auto shop after going to Ypsilanti to drop off his son's grandmother's vehicle. Okay? And so 8:45, they get back there, split the money they made for the day, and Naziah's still with them. Well, we know that at 9:30, then Jarvis went to that, that motel. That's where there's a receipt, and his phone records show that he was at a motel. I don't know if they know that Naziah was with him, but they speculate so. She was never seen again after that. That is so sad. Monica, thank you so much.
And where's Mr. Butts at?
Back in the back with me, separating the cash.
And when you leave, do you lock up the shop?
No, I left first.
You left first. Okay. So when you leave, who's still at the shop?
Jarvis and his niece.
Do you see them leave the shop at all?
No.
And have you seen Jarvis's niece, the one that was with you on the 9th? Have you seen her since January 9th, 2024?
No.
Now I want to talk about the day after that you guys went to FC, so January 10th. Do you recall if Mr. Butts was at work that day?
I don't think he was.
What makes you think that he wasn't?
I believe he called me like 3 times, 4 times. No reason for him to call me if he was standing right next to me.
Oh my. So Jarvis went probably with Naziah to a motel. She was never seen again. And then Jarvis he didn't show up for work the next day, and he was calling Cordell 3 or 4 times. And as he says, if he was at work, there would be no reason to call me because he'd be standing right next to me. Yeah, what the heck was he up to?
No response. Judge, I don't think he's speculating, so he's not putting police.
If he's saying that they can call for a certain reason, just no, it's speculation.
Can you ask the question? Re-ask the question.
Yes.
Okay, Gloria said, isn't there anybody missing the 13-year-old girl at that time in the evening? I believe it was a school night. Yes, that's why the adoptive mother, who's a biological grandmother, Annette, am I getting the name right? Annette Harris reported her missing the next day. She noted that she didn't come home from school. So while this day is being described and Jarvis is going to a motel and Naziah never seen again, that same night, Naziah's grandmother, adoptive mom, and aunts and the people she lives with, the cousins, all know, wow, she didn't come home from school. But they decide to wait till the next morning to report her missing. And they reported her missing then to the Detroit Public Schools Police Department. And they investigated her case for a month before it was turned over to the Detroit Police Department's Missing Person Unit. Yes, okay.
So you said that you don't believe he was at work because he would call you, or he called you so often?
He called me. We had a 30-minute conversation on one account, and then we had another conversation about 15 minutes. So.
Okay. So that makes you believe in your mind that he was actually at with you?
What's the question first?
He's asking, based on those conversations, in his mind to him, that means that Mr. Butts was not at the shop with him. I don't think that's leading. It's stating a conclusion.
He said he already stated that he wasn't at the shop. We didn't believe.
So I'll overrule. Thank you. You can.
One more time, I'm sorry.
Sorry. So based on the length of those phone calls and the times of them, did that make you believe that Mr. Butts was not the shoplifter?
Right.
Did Jarvis Butts ever mention to you about his niece being missing?
No.
Have you talked to Mr. Butts, aside from that jail call that we played, since turning himself in?
No.
And do you know someone, do you know any of Jarvis's siblings?
Yes.
And which sibling do you know?
I met his brother and I met his sister.
Okay. You talked to his sister. Well, start that. Do you remember would his sister ever come to the shop?
Sporadically.
Sporadically. Okay. And are there times that you talk to her?
Yes.
Okay. And had you talked to her about Jarvis's niece being missing?
After the police questioned me, I believe she came up there and we spoke about it, yes.
Interesting. Rose, what is your source for that? Because the press release says that it was Annette. But you said it wasn't even Annette who reported it to the Detroit Public Schools Police. It was the school principal who reported it when Annette dropped the other kids off at the school. Oh, my word. Oh, dear.
And Mr. Wright, I'd asked you earlier about if you'd seen Mr. Butts in the courtroom, so that you couldn't see him.
Yes.
Fair? Okay. Aaron, may I approach? Yes. And I'm showing you People's Proposed Exhibit 9. Can you tell me if you recognize that photo?
Yes.
And who is it in that photo?
Jarvis.
Okay. Next, Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
Okay. Now I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 9.
Exhibit as People's Exhibit 9.
Thank you. Right. I kind of want to direct your attention back to People's Proposed Exhibit 3, or People's Exhibit 3, I'm sorry. Can you see it from here where I'm holding it?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know who this person in this photo is now?
Yes.
Okay. And who do you know her as now?
Naziah.
We have about 20 minutes or so left of this initial preliminary hearing. I'm actually glad we watched the others first. I normally like to do things chronologically, okay? But I'm glad we watched the others first so that when he's bringing up certain people, we can now picture them because we saw some of them on the stand. Especially like where they took the car and the lady that saw Naziah that day, Talasha Moore, right? So if you missed it, don't worry, I'm going to timestamp everything for you afterwards. But in hindsight, I'm glad we're doing it in this order, right? Okay, let's keep going.
The next time that you see Jarvis Butts after January 9th, 2024. Do you see any injuries on him?
No, I don't believe I see any injuries.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, Ross? Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Wright.
Good morning.
You said that, I believe, in your testimony that you have known Mr. Butts since about 2018, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said you met at Frank's, the shop that you looked at.
That's correct.
And you said you guys worked together at Frank's for about 2 years?
That's correct.
And so that means in about 2020, you opened up the shop on Connor? Is that?
No, in 2021 I went to prison.
Okay.
So that's why we didn't work together for that period of time.
And so you came back
I came back and we went back to the same thing.
at Frank's?
Yes.
And then what year was that?
That was 2023.
Okay. And so then how long after you came back were you, the two of you at Frank's together?
Maybe a few months to maybe like the middle of the year. So maybe around either June. It was before summer, so maybe around April. It was still a little cold outside.
Okay. So like early spring of 2023 is when you said that you think that you opened up the shop at 9
Yes, it could have been earlier than that, but yes, around about.
And so you became business partners?
Yes.
50-50 business partners?
Yes.
Okay. You also consider Mr. Butts a friend at that point?
Yes.
As far as the business arrangement, you said it was a 50-50 split. Did you split it every day at the end of the day? Or?
Every day at the end of the day.
Now back around the beginning of 2024, maybe the end of 2023, were you seeing a woman in Clinton Township?
A woman in Clinton Township?
Yes. A friend of a woman named Shannon Harris?
In 24?
Yes.
No.
Or ever?
Yes.
When were you seeing her?
It probably was 2000 and maybe 19 or 20.
So before you went?
Before I went to prison.
Okay. Did you and Mr. Butts ever have a falling out about that?
No.
Now you and Mr. Butts, did you talk about your personal lives?
Sometimes, yes.
You spent good days at work together, right?
Right.
So presumably it came up.
Of course.
Talk about girlfriends.
Of course.
Did women often come to the shop looking for Mr. Butts?
Sporadically.
Did he talk to you about the various women that he would be seeing? Or juggling, maybe?
That happened.
Okay. Did it sometimes cause drama in the shop?
It happens.
Women would come up and confront Mr. Butts?
It happens.
Maybe about other women that he was seeing?
It happens.
Did you ever feel like that was affecting the business?
Not at Frank's.
What about at the business that you owned at Connor?
No, it didn't happen as much there.
Didn't happen as much in Connor?
Right.
Now, sometime, I guess, while the two of you were working together, you had a friend that was, I guess, talking to or trying to date one of Mr. Butts' daughters. Is that correct?
That happened.
The daughter was 21, 22?
She was somewhere around there. I'm not 100% certain, but yeah, around that age, 20, 21, 22.
And that caused an issue for Mr. Butts?
It did.
He got pretty upset with this friend.
It did. I was in prison at the time, so, but yes, I was involved directly.
Okay. Did you ever hear about an altercation that happened between the two of them?
Some kind of altercation did occur, yes.
Was it your impression that Mr. Butts was pretty protective of her?
Yeah.
Based on that?
Based on that.
Do you know how many children Mr. Butts has?
13?
And you said that some of them would come to the shop?
Yes, I have.
You're familiar with them?
Yeah.
I'm not going to ask you to name all of them, but at the shop on Connor, you said his sons would come,
His son will come sometimes and stay today with us.
and his daughter.
She'll come sometimes and stay today with us.
And what's her name? Do you recall?
No, I don't want to misname it.
Okay.
I think it's something with a J or something like that, though, but I'm not 100% certain.
Was she like a teenager?
He has a teenager. She come up there sometime, but not really. The littlest one, maybe 9, 7, 8, 9, somewhere around there.
Okay. And then his niece would also come?
Yes.
Would she come typically with his own children?
When I first met her, yes, that's how I met her with his daughter. She would always come with his daughter. They would come up there sometimes to get air in their tires, maybe money, just typical kid stuff.
Did he ever, or did the two of you ever have them like doing chores around the shop?
Sometimes.
Did Mr. Butts talk to you about his children?
Yes.
Did he talk about spending time with them?
Yes, I believe he lived with the majority of them.
And you said that, you mentioned Tasha. She's one of the mothers of some of his children,
Yes.
correct? Is that who he was living with at the time?
No, I don't believe so.
Now, you said, I believe in your testimony, that you had been to Ypsilanti twice with Mr. Butts. Is that?
Or 3 times, one or the other. Yes.
It possibly could have been 3.
It could have possibly been 3. I'm not 100% certain.
Now, one of the times that his niece was at the shop was, you said, on January the 9th.
First time I seen her by herself, yes.
And that's because you all picked her up on Harper?
Yes.
Did Mr. Butts seem surprised that he saw her?
I'm not sure. I couldn't really, we was riding, I wasn't really paying attention to his expression. He just said, hey, there go my niece. I didn't see her, so he pointed her out to me.
And at that time, you only knew her as his niece, correct?
Yes.
You didn't have any idea what her name was at that time?
No.
And in fact, the reason you learned her name was when you identified that picture that was just shown to you, and the police told you what her name was. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Now, in the time that you were at the shop on the 9th with Mr. Butts and his niece, did you see any inappropriate behavior or anything that made you raise your eyebrows between the two of them?
No.
What about any of the other times that his niece would have been there at the shop? Did you ever see any behavior that made you question or thought was inappropriate?
I can't say I have.
Now, the 3 of you rode back from Ypsilanti on January 9th. That was your testimony, right?
Yes.
Was there any conversation between Mr. Butts and his niece in the car?
There was no conversation between really nobody. I had the music on.
Because they drove in 2 separate cars to go and drop off the Jaguar in Ypsilanti, and then all 3 would have been in the same car coming back. So, okay.
And I'm going to back up to earlier in the day when the 3 of you came to the shop the first time after you picked her up on Harper.
Okay.
You said that she pretty much stayed in Mr. Butts' car the whole time?
Yes.
She said she was on her phone?
Yes.
Did you ever leave the shop at all after that before you guys went to Ypsilanti?
Maybe in the gas station?
So not really, just the attached gas station?
Yeah, maybe to the gas station. I'm not sure if I actually physically left the building. I'm not sure.
Would it have been for more than like 5 or 10 minutes?
If I ever left, no, maybe to use the bathroom, so maybe 10 minutes tops if I had to leave.
You never went out to grab parts at any place that you can recall?
Not that I can recall.
Now, after after January 9th, what was the next time you said that you saw Mr. Butts?
The 11th.
The 11th. Okay. He was not at work on the 10th?
No.
Okay. Were you there on time on the 10th? Do you recall?
I'm never on time.
What time did you come in on the 10th?
Probably about 8:40. I go to the gym, so we open at 8, but I'm never there at 8. So I probably got there maybe 8:49.
And on the 10th, were you the one that opened the shop?
Yes.
Carrie said, did Cordell go to the motel is the question. I don't think so. I don't think so, because he said he was tethered, he was on parole, so he had to be home by 9 p.m. And so it was already getting late at 8:45 p.m. and he had to get going. So last he saw Jarvis with Naziah at the auto repair shop, and he left to go home, right? Yeah, Carrie Weber says, I hope the trial's on video. I hope so too. I would assume, we're only assuming now, but based on the preliminary hearings being streamed this way, I would think that the trial is going to be streamed as well.
Now, you were aware at that time that Mr. Butts was supposed to turn himself in and serve a jail sentence at William County Jail. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
You had talked about that, obviously, because he was going to have to leave the business for a while.
Correct.
Okay. And you actually went to the courthouse on the day he turned himself in to support him, right?
Yes, I was there.
And he was going to be serving time on a gun possession charge, is that right?
That's correct.
If you know.
That's correct.
Okay. And because you were kind of paying attention to what was happening, you understood that the court date had gotten changed a few times?
Yeah, he told me that it had changed. So I believe he was supposed to get sentenced on the 9th, but it got pushed back to February the 7th. So I learned that through him. I didn't go to court with him that time, but just when he got sentenced, I went to court with him that time.
Are you familiar with any court dates that he had out in Clinton Township around that time?
He did say he had something going on with his daughter, I believe. I believe it was domestic with his daughter of some sort. So yeah, I was familiar with that, I believe.
How is he going?
Remember, we learned earlier that Jarvis Butts turned himself in on February 7th of 2024 on unrelated weapons charges, meaning not related to Naziah's case. So I think he was just thinking, oh well, nobody's really looking for it anyway, you know? And so meaning that wasn't his main concern. He turned himself in to serve 1 year for some unrelated weapons charges. And only really by the end of Feb or so, mid-Feb, did Naziah's case actually even get turned over to the Detroit Police Department's Missing Persons and Homicide Unit. So just keep that in mind.
For that at that same time?
Around about, I believe it was supposed to be, yes.
Now you've been involved because at some point you became aware that the Detroit Police wanted to talk to you back in February.
They came to the shop and picked me up.
Okay, they actually took you down
to headquarters.
Okay, and that was the first time on February 13th, is that right?
That was February 13th, day before Valentine's Day.
Then you said you spoke with them again a couple days later.
Yes, I believe the first time I spoke with him, I was still on tether, so it had to be sometime after I was off tether, yes.
And then you spoke with them again in March, right?
Yes.
And was that a phone conversation?
No, all of our conversations was via person.
Okay. And then a couple weeks ago, did you also speak with the police?
Yes.
And the prosecutors?
I don't know if a prosecutor, but yes, I believe she was there.
As far as you can remember?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in February, when you were talking to the police, by that time, had you seen anything on the news or on social media about who you later learned was Mr. Butts' niece?
No.
So at the time you were interviewed by the police, you didn't know anything about?
No.
Okay.
We're almost done. So Jarvis Butts turned himself in on February 7th of 2024 to serve a year-long sentence related to an unrelated weapons charge. Now, I should have paid more attention to the second sentence. This date was originally scheduled for January 9th of 2024, but it was postponed. Whoa, like what if he thought, that's the day that Naziah went missing, eh? So what if he thought, oh crap, like I have to go and turn myself in on this day, but then it gets postponed. I wonder when he knew it was postponed, meaning that now I'm going to be in prison serving this 1-year sentence, and now Naziah is going to tell on me, or, you know, she was pregnant, so now she's going to reveal that. You know what I mean? Sure, those dates are interesting. Anyway, let's keep going. I think we've only got a few minutes left here.
And at the time that you were talking to the police, while you were untethered in February, you were untethered because you were on parole, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, but you had about 3 weeks left on parole at that point.
Not 3 weeks in February.
Yes.
I had 3 weeks left on tethered. I got off actual parole in May.
Okay. So the tether was coming off, but you were still going to have to report.
3 more months after the tether came off.
And in February, I believe it was the second conversation that you had with a detective, presumably, you and the officer or the detective spoke about the tether, right? Do you recall that?
I believe so, yes.
Because you were concerned every time you would go somewhere, if you would be late, you were very
Oh, yeah,
about
yes.
being home on time.
Right.
And in fact, he actually said, hey, you know, we'll take care of you if anything pops up, right?
He said, I'll talk to your PO, so you're fine.
Okay. And he also kind of warned you that you didn't want to get somebody upset about the way you were answering these questions and have somebody feel some kind of way about you. Do you recall him saying that to you?
He may have said something to that extent. I'm not sure, though. This is the first conversation or the second you asked me
The
about?
second. Right at the top of the conversation.
I can't really recall every word. I know they were a little agitated, I was a little agitated. It was a lot going on, so maybe.
It's possible that conversation was
It's possible.
Did you understand any of his statements while you were talking to him to mean that the police wanted you to give answers, and if you didn't give answers that they could mess with your parole or your tether status?
It's also speculation, Judge.
It goes to his state of mind.
But he doesn't know what will happen.
It's about what he believes might happen and could impact what he said.
Speculation is to rephrase it as far as what they actually asked you.
Was it your understanding that if you didn't give certain answers that the police might impact your parole or your tether status? Was that a concern of yours?
I mean, it was already affecting my tether, so I wasn't really, you know what I mean, concerned about how he placed his questions upon me, no. So, I mean, more of the concern was my being picked up by the police. Police contact is a violation of parole within itself, so I was violated for the police contact irregardless to whatever he was saying. Get what I mean? So, no, I don't believe it impacted anything at all, actually.
But your parole wasn't actually revoked because they took you to the station and interviewed you, right?
No.
Now, we talked a little bit about this a few minutes ago. Mr. Butts was juggling a few different women during the time you knew him.
Yes.
And it was hard to keep up with all his baby mamas.
I mean, yeah, it wasn't my job, so yeah.
And ladies that weren't his baby mamas.
Right.
Did you get the impression from Mr. Butts that he didn't want these women to know about each other?
Of course.
And a woman named Tasha was one of Mr. Butts' ladies.
Yes.
And that was one of his baby mamas.
Yes. To my belief, yes.
So there was some discussion about a phone call between you and Mr. Butts while he was at the jail about his phone, right?
Yes.
And after that phone conversation, Tasha actually came into the shop to get some work done on the car.
Yes, she came to get a oil change and a headlight.
And that's when you went and kind of looked for the phone.
Yes.
Now, you didn't really want Tasha to know that you were looking for the phone, right?
Of course not.
And the reason for that was?
She's going to wonder why I'm looking for a phone.
And was it your impression that Mr. Butts was afraid it would reveal that he was talking to other women?
Of course.
And so you're trying to help him keep the peace?
Of course.
Yes. I think the testimony was on the 9th, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there was an issue during the day. Mr. Butts had his Escalade there, is that correct?
Yes.
And he had run out of gas.
Yes.
And he had to get gas, is that right?
That's correct.
At some point you pushed him to the, or helped push the Escalade to a gas pump.
Yes.
Do you recall leaving with him that night and going and getting gas together?
For his truck, or what we saying? Or for like a gas can? What do you?
Well, either one. Did you all leave the shop to, and perhaps you in your vehicle and he in his vehicle, and end up at a gas station?
No.
On the 9th?
No.
You don't have any recollection of that?
I don't remember that. No.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Can you redirect? Okay. Yes, Mr. Wright, you are going to testify.
Thank you.
And he did this whole time he couldn't see Jarvis. He's right there. Look to the left. Here's Jarvis. Cordell's like, can you see him? No, I can't see him. He's sitting right here, but he's got a mask on. He's like hiding behind his lawyers there. Oh my word. Okay. Let's just see what the
Okay.
Yes.
As we discussed in our last hearing, we are only hearing one witness today in this case, correct?
That is correct.
That's correct, I guess.
We have an agreed upon date starting back up January 6th.
Yes.
I have blocked up January 6th, 7th, and 8th, and the people have, is it correct, 21 more witnesses?
Roughly, yes.
Possibly. Okay. Anything else that we discussed on this matter before we start the next?
None of this issue.
Okay. Okay, we are off the record.
There he is.
And I will allow for a 15-minute break, so everyone can use the restroom, get some water, come back for the next case.
Okay, so now we're really up to speed. We saw the November 1st of 2024 preliminary hearing. So this was like part of it, but they only had one witness, which was Cordell. And then they said the next date they'll meet up would be, that's a long wait, but okay, January 6th of 2024. And we already saw that today together. So tomorrow, you're going to be teleporting now to tomorrow's stream. You'll find the time. Someone says, what time are we starting tomorrow? Well, that's depends which time zone you're in. All you got to do is we're going to teleport there now, and then you can just click notify me, okay? If you don't know what teleporting means, I'll play the outro, and then if you just wait for the outro to finish playing, the screen should go blank, and it should tell you we're now redirecting you or teleport. It doesn't say teleporting, it says redirect. You're going to be directed or redirected to the next stream. If you don't trust that for any reason, just click the link. I'll share it in the chat while I'm playing the outro. If you don't want to wait, just click on the link, go there, click notify me, and say hi, because I'm coming over there too. We're all going to teleport there now. Let's see how many people make it over. And then tomorrow, we'll watch day 2 of the preliminary hearing. In fact, it would technically be day 3 then, if November 1st was day 1. You know what I mean? So we'll continue on where we left off. We are studying this case together, deep diving this case, getting ready for if the trial is going to be streamed. One question I keep getting asked is, will it be the same judge? So from the research I did, it says, in Michigan, the judge who oversees a preliminary hearing does not necessarily oversee the trial. So here's how the process typically works. Preliminary examination. This is held in the district court where the judge determines if there's probable cause to believe a crime was committed and the defendant committed it. If the probable cause is established, the case is bound over to the circuit court for trial. So that's what happened. So next, once the case moves to the circuit court, there's a new arraignment where the defendant is formally charged again. The judge in the circuit court who would be different from the district court judge, will oversee pre-trial motions, plea negotiations, and if a plea deal isn't reached, the trial itself. Michigan law allows for a different judge to preside over the trial than the one who conducted the preliminary examination. So it could be a different judge. That's the point. All right, are we all ready to teleport now? Thank you, mods. I know that was longish. Tomorrow will also be longish, though. It's longish days. I will do my best to defluff, and then we'll meet again and we'll continue to deep dive this case. Thank you to everyone who emailed me this. You guys have been begging me to cover this case, and I'm happy to do so. We've been covering lots of trials recently. It's been a busy time, but I'm very glad that we can cover this now and really deep dive it with this recent preliminary hearing. Thank you so much, and thank you to Grizzly Cat for all the info as well. And I see I've got a lot of emails to go over. Thanks everyone for sending me information. See you tomorrow. Stay safe.